Before a man builds anything, he must decide where the weight of it will rest. This is true of cabins, roads, fences, wells, and perhaps of lives, although I did not understand the last part when I began. I believed land could be chosen from a map. I believed that if the acreage was sufficient, the price reasonable, the title clear, and the road passable, the rest could be solved in order. This was how I had approached acquisitions in business. You assembled the facts, compared the risks, calculated the likely return, and made a decision before someone less cautious took the opportunity away from you. Land, however, is not a company. It does not improve its answers because you ask better questions. It waits. It lets you stand upon it and make confident assumptions. Then the snow melts, the water rises, the wind changes direction, the insects arrive, the road gives way, and the land explains what it was from the beginning. The primary tool for selecting land is not a saw or an axe. It is a shovel. A good round point shovel with a straight handle will tell you more about a property than a polished brochure, an aerial photograph, or a real estate agent standing beside a clean truck. You push the blade into the ground where you imagine the cabin will stand. Then you dig. You look for dark, organic soil at the surface, mineral soil beneath it, stones, clay, sand, roots, water, and the gray smell of ground that has remained wet too long. If the hole fills before you have finished digging it, the land is answering you. If the shovel strikes stone after 3 inches, it is answering you. If the soil rolls between your fingers like wet putty, it is answering you. A man who refuses to listen will eventually pay a machine to repeat the lesson more loudly. I was 57 years old when I bought the land, and until then I had used a shovel only 3 times that I could remember. Once, as a boy, to help my father move soil around a new cedar hedge. Once, at 38, to break ground for a warehouse expansion while photographers stood nearby. The shovel had been painted gold, and I had worn a suit. The 3rd time was after a spring storm when the storm drain in front of our house became blocked with slush. I cleared it badly and went inside with a pain across my lower back that lasted 4 days. None of these experiences qualified me to judge soil in northern Canada, but retirement had given me a dangerous amount of confidence. For 32 years I had worked inside office towers where problems arrived through email and departed through committees. I had managed divisions, approved capital expenditures, closed plants, opened others, and learned how to sit quietly while men with louder voices made errors I would later be asked to correct. My last title had been Executive Vice President of Operations, which sounded substantial until the morning after my retirement, when I stood in my kitchen at 6:30 wearing a pressed shirt and had nowhere to go. For the first month, I treated retirement as a delayed weekend. I read the newspaper slowly. I took longer walks. I arranged tools in the garage that I did not know how to use. I told people I was enjoying the freedom, which was mostly true, except that freedom without necessity began to feel like a hallway with no doors. My wife, Margaret, had died 6 years before, and our 2 sons had their own families in cities far enough away that visits had to be planned. The house remained orderly because I was orderly. Meals occurred at proper times. The lawn was maintained. Bills were paid before they were due. Nothing went wrong. This became, after a while, its own kind of wrongness. The idea of the homestead did not come to me as a revelation. It came in pieces. A video about an old man building a log cabin alone, an article about rural land prices, a memory of a fishing trip when I had been 24 and had slept beside a lake under a canvas tarp while rain tapped above me. A growing suspicion that I had spent my adult life becoming highly skilled at things that could not keep me warm if the power failed. I began looking at listings late at night. At first I searched for cabins already built. Then I found faults in each of them. The roof line was wrong. The access was poor. The foundation had settled. The seller had used the phrase rustic charm where he meant rot. Gradually I began looking at raw land, which allowed me to imagine perfection because nothing existed yet to contradict me. The property I eventually bought was 163 acres of mixed spruce, poplar, muskeg, an open meadow, west of a small northern Alberta town whose name most people in Edmonton would recognize only from highway signs. The old survey showed a narrow rectangular parcel extending north from a gravel range road. A logging trail entered from the south and curved toward a low ridge overlooking a creek. There was no power, no well, no septic system, and no building of any kind. The listing described it as recreational land with excellent potential. I later learned that potential is another word that means the buyer will perform the labor. I first visited in late March. This was my earliest mistake. Snow makes land look honest because it covers all evidence of dishonesty. The ruts disappear, the wet ground hardens, brush lies flat, mosquitoes are theoretical. A frozen creek resembles a permanent road. The air was cold and clean, and the spruce trees stood dark against a sky so wide that I felt embarrassed by the smallness of the rooms in which I had spent my working life. The real estate agent, a young man named Dale who wore insulated coveralls and spoke with the cheerful certainty of someone who would not be living there, drove us in on a snowmobile. We stopped on the ridge. He pointed east toward a line of poplar and said the sunrise would come through there. He pointed west toward the spruce and said they would block the prevailing wind. He pointed downhill toward the creek and said there was likely good water. I heard each statement as confirmation. I did not ask what likely meant. The ridge was not dramatic. It rose perhaps 20 feet above the meadow, enough to offer drainage and a view, but not enough to appear important on a map. There were mature spruce on the north side, poplar to the east, and an open slope to the south where sunlight reached the snow. I stood there and saw the cabin before it existed. It had a steep metal roof, a covered porch, 2 windows facing the meadow, and smoke rising from a black chimney. In this vision, the firewood was already cut and stacked. The road was firm, the water was clear. I had skipped directly to the part where the work had become beautiful. "Good building site," Dale said. I asked how he knew. He looked around. "High ground." That seemed reasonable to me. I purchased the land 3 weeks later. The first time I returned as the owner was in May, after the road bans had been lifted and the snow had mostly gone. I drove an aging 3/4-ton pickup I had bought, because men who owned remote land seemed to drive aging 3/4-ton pickups. It was a 2012 Ford with rust beginning above the rear wheels and a suspension stiff enough to make every gravel ridge feel personal. In the box, I carried a tent, 2 coolers, rubber boots, an axe, a shovel, a folding saw, a first aid kit, bear spray, survey ribbon, a compass, paper maps, and enough packaged food for twice the 4 days I intended to stay. I had prepared lists for 6 weeks. The lists were excellent. They did not include experience. The range road was dry. The approach into the property was not. 20 yards beyond the gate, the truck sank to its axles. There is a moment in any bad decision when a man still believes the correct application of force will restore the world to its previous condition. I shifted into 4-wheel drive. I reversed. The wheels spun. I moved forward. They spun again. I turned the steering wheel left and right as if direction might compensate for the absence of traction. Mud rose in dark fans against the doors. The truck settled lower. I stopped when I smelled heat and understood that the machine was no longer helping me make a mistake, but was beginning to suffer from it. I climbed out into mud above my ankles. The access trail that had been firm beneath snow was now 2 parallel trenches filled with brown water. The grassy center between them had been cut by old tire tracks, and beneath the grass was black soil with the consistency of pudding. I stood beside the truck and looked north toward the ridge, which was visible through the trees less than half a kilometer away. It might as well have been in another country. My corporate instincts returned. I assessed resources. The truck was immobilized but not damaged. I had a shovel. I had boards, although they were short pieces intended for leveling a tent platform. I had no winch, no jack suitable for mud, no traction mats, and no second vehicle. Cell service showed 1 bar and vanished when I moved my hand. I had told my son Daniel where I was going, but I had also said, with the confidence fathers use when speaking to sons, that there was nothing to worry about. I took the shovel from the box. The ground beside the rear tire was heavy clay mixed with organic soil. A shovel works best when the user allows the blade, not the lower back, to carry the work. 1 foot goes on the top edge. The handle remains close to the body. The soil is lifted with the legs and moved only as far as necessary. I knew none of this in practice. I drove the shovel down with my arms, bent at the waist, and tried to throw each load 3 feet. After 10 minutes, my breathing had become loud. After 20 minutes, my shirt was wet under my jacket. After 30 minutes, I had excavated a respectable hole behind 1 wheel while accomplishing nothing for the other 3. I sat on the tailgate and looked at the shovel. It was new, with a red fiberglass handle and a bright steel blade still bearing a price sticker. I disliked it, because it had become the first object on the property to show me exactly what I was. In the office, inadequacy could be distributed. A poor decision might belong partly to the market, partly to a supplier, partly to an analyst who had prepared the wrong assumptions. In mud, there was no distribution. There was the truck, the hole, the shovel, and me. Eventually, I walked back to the range road and waited. A farmer in a white pickup came by after 40 minutes. He stopped because that is what people do in country places when they see a man standing beside a road without a vehicle. "You stuck?" he asked. "Yes." "How bad?" "To the axles." He nodded as though I had reported the temperature. His name was Harold. He lived 3 miles south and had pulled many people from many places. He drove to his yard, returned with a tractor, and extracted my truck with such ease that the humiliation was almost elegant. He attached a chain to the front recovery point, told me to keep the wheels straight, and pulled steadily while I gave the truck only enough throttle to assist. The tires climbed free with a wet sucking sound. It took less than 2 minutes. "You'll need gravel in there," he said. "How much?" He looked at the trail, then at my truck, then at me. "More than you think." I thanked him and offered money. He refused. I offered again because office life had taught me that every transaction should be made explicit. "Help the next fellow," he said. Then he left. I parked on the shoulder, carried my gear through the mud in several loads, and made camp on the ridge. The walk took 20 minutes each way. By the final trip, my hands shook with fatigue, and I understood that a remote property begins not at the cabin site, but at the public road. Everything needed for survival or construction must cross the ground between them. Food, fuel, lumber, roofing, tools, concrete, batteries, pipe, glass, nails, insulation, and the human body itself must travel that distance. A poor access road becomes a tax on every future action. That evening, I opened the notebook I had brought and wrote my first rule. Do not design the cabin until you know how materials will reach it. Below that, I wrote, the road is the first building. This became the central lesson of the month. A basic all-season access road requires more than cutting trees and placing gravel over soil. Water is the real enemy. Vehicle weight alone does not destroy roads. Vehicle weight combined with trapped water destroys roads. The first task is to identify where water flows across, beneath, and alongside the intended route. Low areas need drainage. Organic topsoil should be removed because it compresses and holds moisture. The roadbed must be crowned slightly so rain runs toward the ditches rather than collecting in the tire tracks. Soft ground may require geotextile fabric to separate the native soil from the aggregate above it. Without that separation, gravel can slowly disappear into mud until the owner has purchased several roads and still possesses none. I learned these things from county manuals, contractor websites, library books, and Harold, who appeared 2 mornings later carrying coffee in a steel thermos. He had seen my tent from the road and decided, without saying so, that I required supervision. "You planning to build back here?" he asked. Yes. With what? I thought he meant materials. Wood frame, probably 24 by 30. No, with what money? I told him I had prepared a budget. He looked toward the trail. Double it. I laughed because I thought he was joking. He did not. We walked the proposed access route together. Harold carried a spade worn smooth at the top of the blade. Unlike my shovel, his looked as though it belonged to the ground. Every 50 yards he pushed it into the soil and removed a small square plug. He examined the layers. Dark material at the top, brown clay beneath, roots, moisture. At the lowest point, he dug only 6 inches before water seeped into the hole. You put gravel on this, it'll vanish, he said. Geotextile? He glanced at me. Been reading? Yes. That helps. Still need to get the water away. He showed me where a shallow ditch could run along the uphill side. He identified 2 places for culverts. He said the entrance needed to be raised, widened, and shaped so vehicles could turn without leaving the compacted surface. He showed me how the road should bend around the wettest hollow rather than pass through it simply because the existing logging trail had done so. Logging trails, he explained, are often built for temporary use under seasonal conditions. A trail that carried equipment during frozen winter ground might be worthless in June. We reached the ridge. He stood where I intended to build and looked at the trees. Nice spot, he said. I felt relief. Then he drove the spade into the ground. The first test hole was dry to 18 inches. The second showed gravelly soil beneath the organic layer. The third encountered a large stone. Harold nodded. Better than down there. I asked whether it was good enough for a cabin. Depends on the cabin. I had spent my career surrounded by answers given in percentages, forecasts, and carefully qualified language. Harold's answers were different. They were incomplete because reality was incomplete. He did not pretend to know what the ground would do beneath a building that had not been designed, carrying loads that had not been calculated, through winters that had not yet come. He knew enough to continue asking the ground. For the next 3 weeks I worked on the road. I hired a local contractor with a tracked skid steer and a compact excavator because the first important skill I learned was recognizing which jobs exceeded my ability. He removed brush and topsoil, shaped ditches, installed 2 12-inch culverts, and created a roadbed approximately 12 feet wide. Where the soil was weakest, we laid woven geotextile fabric. Over it went a base layer of coarse crushed aggregate, then smaller gravel that could compact into a firmer driving surface. The road was crowned roughly 2%, enough that water would move toward the edges without making the surface feel sharply sloped. At the entrance, we added extra width and deeper aggregate because vehicles would brake, turn, and accelerate there, applying greater lateral force than they would along the straight sections. I stood beside the contractor, a man named Wes, and asked questions until I feared I had become irritating. How deep should the base be? Depends on the ground. How much compaction? As much as we can get. How long before I can drive on it? You can drive on it now. Whether you should depends on the weather. He spoke like Harold. This annoyed me until I understood that people who worked with soil had learned not to make promises on its behalf. The shovel remained my tool. The machines performed the heavy work, but I cleared culvert ends, opened small drainage channels, removed loose roots, filled low edges, and repaired places where tires had pushed gravel outward. Slowly, I learned to use the shovel without fighting it. I placed my foot on the blade. I kept the handle close. I lifted smaller loads. I changed sides before one arm became tired. I learned that wet clay should be cut thinly, and that gravel is moved more efficiently by dragging and spreading than by lifting it repeatedly. These were modest discoveries, but they entered my body in a way information never had before. By the end of each day, my shoulders ached, my palms had hardened, and the road looked slightly more complete. At night, I slept in the tent, and listened to the land I had purchased. There were coyotes beyond the meadow, owls in the spruce, wind moving through poplar leaves with a sound like distant rain. The darkness was fuller than city darkness because it contained no reflected light, only depth. I had expected loneliness. What I found was absence, which was not the same thing. Loneliness is the feeling that someone should be present. Absence asks nothing. It leaves a man alone with the fact of himself. I thought about the offices where I had worked, the polished tables, the controlled temperature, the soft mechanical hum of ventilation, the annual meetings where we discussed resilience as though it were a characteristic of organizations rather than people. I had been considered decisive. I had made choices affecting hundreds of employees and millions of dollars, yet on the land I hesitated over where to place a drainage ditch, because water did not care about confidence. It followed slope. It found weakness. It accumulated where a man had failed to provide an exit. One afternoon, a hard rain came from the west. It lasted less than an hour. I stood beneath a tarp and watched the new road. Water struck the gravel, gathered in small streams, and moved toward the ditches. Most of it drained properly. At one bend, however, a shallow depression held a widening pool. I had noticed the low spot earlier and decided it was too minor to correct. The rain enlarged my judgment. Water crossed the road, softened the outer edge, and began carrying fine gravel down the slope. I took the shovel and worked in the rain. I cut a narrow channel through the shoulder to the ditch. The first attempt was too shallow. The water slowed but did not clear. I deepened it. Mud filled the channel. I removed the mud. At last the pool began to turn, then move, then empty itself into the ditch in a brown stream. I stood with rain running from my hair and watched the road recover. The repair took 20 minutes. It was not perfect. In several places, the surface remained soft after rain. The ditches needed widening. Grass would have to be seeded on exposed soil to reduce erosion. The culvert ends required stone to prevent washout. But I could drive from the public road to the future cabin site without spinning a tire. The first time I did so, I moved slowly, watching the mirrors as though the road might vanish behind me. I parked where the cabin would stand and turned off the engine. The silence after the diesel stopped was immense. I took the shovel from the truck and walked to the center of the site. I measured from the trees, checked the southern exposure with a compass, and marked the approximate corners with survey stakes and orange ribbon. Then I dug 4 test holes, one near each proposed corner. I placed the soil in separate piles and recorded what I found. Organic layer, 4 to 6 inches, sandy gravel beneath, moderate stones, no standing water at 2 feet. Roots near the spruce side, firmer ground toward the south. I did not know enough to design the foundation yet. That would come next. There would be load calculations, frost depth, concrete, forms, rebar, and mistakes I had not learned to anticipate. For the moment, I had only the road, the marked corners, and the shovel resting against a tree. The cabin did not exist. There was no shelter, no well, no power, no stove, and no guarantee that I possessed the patience or strength to finish what I had begun. Yet something had changed. A month earlier, the ridge had been an idea purchased through a lawyer. Now there was a road I understood because I had watched its layers go down. There were ditches I had shaped with my own hands. There were culverts beneath the gravel carrying water where I had asked it to go. I had come to the wilderness because I wanted to build a cabin. At that time, I still believed the cabin would be the difficult part. I did not yet understand that every stage would require a different version of me, or that the man who had arrived in May would not be capable of completing the work planned for October. He would have to be replaced gradually, not by a stronger man exactly or a braver one, but by one who had failed often enough to stop being surprised by failure. Before leaving the ridge that evening, I drove the shovel into the ground and left it standing upright inside the 4 marked corners. It was a small thing against the trees. The red handle caught the final light. That was the first tool. The road was the first building, and the first thing I constructed on the land was a way to return. A foundation must do three things. It must carry the weight above it, remain stable beneath it, and resist the movement of water and frost around it. Everything else is refinement. A wall can be repaired, a window can be replaced, a roof can be strengthened. But when a foundation moves, the entire building is forced to remember the mistake. Doors stop closing, floors slope, drywall cracks, chimneys separate, pipes strain. The cabin may continue standing for many years, but it will spend those years describing what the builder failed to understand at the beginning. The primary tool for building a foundation is the level. Not the hammer, although there is hammering. Not the shovel, although there is always more digging than expected. The level is the tool that decides whether effort has become structure. It does not care how tired a man is, how much concrete has already been mixed, or how close the sun is to going down. The bubble remains between the lines, or it does not. There is something severe and useful in that honesty. I bought 3 levels before beginning the foundation because I did not trust myself to know which one I needed. A 24-inch box level for smaller work, a 48-inch level for forms and beams, and a short torpedo level that fit into a pocket. I also bought a builder's laser level after watching several instructional videos in which capable men used them with such ease that I mistook the tool for competence. The laser came in a hard plastic case with a tripod, receiver, batteries, and an instruction booklet translated into English by someone who appeared to dislike both lasers and English. I read the booklet twice, watched another video, and then set the tripod on the ridge while mosquitoes gathered around my ears. The cabin had become 24 feet by 30 feet because those dimensions seemed large enough to live in and small enough to build. They also divided conveniently into common lumber lengths and produced a simple rectangular footprint with a loft at the north end. I had drawn the floor plan on graph paper during the winter before purchasing the property. At first, the plan included 2 bedrooms, a mechanical room, a mudroom, a pantry, a dining alcove, and a small office. Then I began studying construction costs and reduced it to 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, an open living area, a compact kitchen, and a sleeping loft for visitors. I removed the office last. There was satisfaction in drawing walls on paper. They remained straight. Doors opened without obstruction. Plumbing lines stayed where they were placed. The entire building could be revised with an eraser. On the ridge, the first task was not drawing walls, but establishing 4 points in space that formed a true rectangle. This required measuring the sides, measuring the diagonals, adjusting the stakes, measuring again, and repeating until both diagonal dimensions matched. A rectangle is square when its opposite sides are equal and its diagonals are equal. This sounds simple because numbers are simple when separated from ground. My first layout produced sides of 24 feet and 30 feet, but one diagonal was 3 inches longer than the other. I moved a corner stake. The difference became 5 inches. I moved another. The cabin became a parallelogram. I began again. There is an old method based on a right triangle with sides in a 3-4-5 ratio. A triangle measuring 3 feet on one side, 4 feet on the other, and 5 feet across the diagonal will contain a 90-degree angle. Larger multiples improve accuracy, 6, 8, 10, 9, 12, 15, 12, 16, 20. I used the longest dimensions I could manage with my tape measure, and still failed because the tape sagged, the stakes leaned, and I was working alone. Eventually, Harold arrived. He had developed a habit of appearing whenever my confidence had reached its most expensive stage. "You building it crooked?" he asked. "Temporarily." He looked at the stakes. "Good. Crooked cabins shed snow faster." I had learned enough about him to know that silence was the safest response. He helped me build batterboards outside each corner. 2 stakes were driven into the ground several feet beyond the proposed excavation, and a horizontal board was fastened between them. Mason's line could then be stretched from board to board, marking the outside edges of the cabin while allowing the actual corners to be excavated without losing the layout. We set the lines at the same height using the laser level, then checked the dimensions and diagonals. Harold pulled the tape tight. 38 feet, 5 7/8, he said. I read the other diagonal. 38 feet, 6 1/4. Close. How close is close enough? Depends what you're building. A cabin. Then closer than that. We adjusted the lines until the diagonals differed by less than 1/8 of an inch. I felt a satisfaction disproportionate to the accomplishment. There was still nothing on the land except string, boards, and 4 imaginary corners. But the rectangle was true. For the first time, the future cabin occupied measurable space. The next decision was the type of foundation. I had considered a full basement because I was accustomed to houses with basements and because basements provide storage, mechanical space, and the comforting illusion that every home should contain another home beneath it. But a basement would require major excavation, concrete walls, drainage systems, waterproofing, insulation, and equipment large enough to turn the ridge into a construction site. I considered a concrete slab, which would provide thermal mass and a durable floor, but it would complicate plumbing, require careful insulation beneath and around the perimeter, and demand a large coordinated concrete pour. I considered screw piles, which could be installed quickly and extend below frost depth, but access for the installation equipment was uncertain, and the cost was higher than I expected. I chose a reinforced concrete pier foundation supporting built-up beams. The cabin would rest on 12 concrete piers arranged in 3 rows of 4. Each pier would extend below the local frost depth and support an adjustable metal post base. 3 built-up beams would run the 30-foot length of the cabin, and floor joists would span across the 24-foot width in 2 12-foot sections. This design reduced excavation, allowed air beneath the building, made future inspection possible, and suited a site where the ground sloped slightly from north to south. It also created 12 separate opportunities to make a permanent error. Frost is not dangerous because cold soil simply expands in all directions. The real problem is frost heave. Water in certain soils freezes and forms ice lenses, drawing additional moisture toward the freezing zone. As the ice grows, it can lift shallow footings. When spring comes, the soil thaws unevenly, and the foundation may not return to its original position. The solution is to place the bottom of the footing below the depth at which frost is expected to penetrate, provide drainage, remove frost-susceptible soil where necessary, and avoid shapes that allow frozen ground to grip and lift the foundation. The local building office told me the required design frost depth for my area. I wrote the number in my notebook, then wrote it again in larger figures. It was deeper than I had hoped and shallower than I feared. The exact depth mattered less than the realization that each pier hole would be a narrow excavation nearly as deep as I was tall. I rented a compact excavator with a 12-inch auger attachment. This was the first machine I attempted to operate on my own. Wes delivered it on a flatbed and spent 20 minutes explaining the controls. The machine had 2 joysticks, travel levers, a blade, hydraulic connections, and enough independent movements to expose the limitations of a brain trained for spreadsheets. The left joystick controlled swing and part of the boom. The right controlled the remaining boom and bucket movements. The travel controls changed direction depending on which way the upper structure was facing. This last fact seemed designed by engineers who wanted to preserve humility in the construction trades. Wes demonstrated. The machine moved smoothly. The boom rose, swung, and lowered. The auger rotated into the ground and returned, carrying a neat spiral of soil. Then I took the seat. My first movement swung the machine left when I intended to raise the boom. My second lowered the auger too quickly. My third caused the machine to lurch backward while the upper body faced sideways, producing the sensation that the ground itself had moved incorrectly. "Small inputs," Wes said. I nodded. "You're not moving a file around a desk." I did not ask how he knew. The first hole wandered 6 inches off center before reaching 2 feet. The auger followed the path of least resistance, deflecting around roots and stones. I withdrew it, repositioned, and tried again. The hole widened. Loose soil fell back in. A stone jammed between the cutting teeth. I stopped the machine and climbed down to inspect it, keeping well clear of the hydraulic controls. The stone was the size of a grapefruit. It had existed beneath the ridge for thousands of years without interfering in anything. Within 15 minutes of my operating machinery, it had become management. I used a steel digging bar to loosen it. The bar was 6 feet long and weighed nearly 20 pounds. Its pointed end could break compacted soil and pry stones from narrow holes. I drove it down, worked it beneath the rock, and levered upward. Nothing happened. I changed position. The bar slipped and struck the side of the hole with a sound that traveled into my wrists. Harold, who had arrived without my noticing, stood beside the pickup. "You fighting the earth?" he asked. "Negotiating." "You losing?" "Temporarily." He took the bar and lowered it into the hole. Instead of forcing directly beneath the stone, he worked around the edges, loosening the soil that held it. Then he rotated the bar, lifted, and brought the rock high enough that I could reach in and pull it free. He handed it to me. "Keep that one," he said. "Why?" "First rock you thought was bigger than you." I placed it near the future cabin entrance. It remained there for the rest of the year. Over 2 days, I drilled 12 holes. Not all were clean. Some required hand digging. One struck a buried root thick as my wrist. Another encountered stones repeatedly and had to be enlarged. I checked each hole against the string lines and measured its depth from the common reference elevation established by the laser. This was where the level became more than a tool. The ground sloped, so the tops of the finished piers needed to vary in height while ending on the same horizontal plane. I set the laser on its tripod at a stable location beyond the excavation. The rotating beam created a level reference around the site. A receiver attached to a measuring rod beeped when it crossed the beam. By recording the rod reading at each hole, I could calculate the difference in elevation across the cabin footprint. At the northwest corner, the ground was highest. At the southeast, it was nearly 18 inches lower. The pier forms at the downhill side would therefore extend farther above grade. The footings below, however, still had to reach sufficient depth beneath the local ground surface. I recorded every measurement twice. This was familiar work. Numbers gave me relief. I created a table in the notebook listing pier location, ground elevation, hole depth, footing thickness, tube height, and target top elevation. I assigned each pier a code. A 1 through A4, B1 through B4, C1 through C4. The practice came directly from corporate project management, and for once the old habits were useful. The ground could not be managed by memo, but the work could still be organized. I used flared plastic footing forms at the bottom of each hole, connected to cylindrical fiber tubes that would shape the piers above. The wider footing spread the building load over a larger area and helped resist settlement. The forms had to be centered under the beam lines, braced so they remained vertical, and set to the correct height. A pier that is not plumb can still carry weight, but it introduces eccentric loading. The force from above no longer travels directly through the center of the concrete. A small deviation may be tolerable. 12 casually leaning piers are not a foundation. They are a collection of future arguments. I set the first tube, held the level against it, and adjusted the bracing. When it was plumb in one direction, it leaned in the other. I corrected the second direction and lost the first. I added another brace. The tube shifted downward. I raised it. The footing form twisted in the hole. The process took 45 minutes. The second took 30. By the sixth, I could position, brace, and level a form in under 15 minutes. This was the pattern of the land. The first attempt at every task carried the full weight of ignorance. Repetition distributed it. Concrete was the part I feared most. I could have ordered ready-mix concrete, but the truck could not reach the ridge safely, and pumping from the road would have been expensive. I decided to mix on-site using a portable electric mixer powered by a generator. This meant hauling bags of cement mix, water, reinforcing steel, and tools up the road. It also meant producing a consistent mix many times in succession. Concrete is composed of cement, aggregate, sand, and water. Bagged concrete mix contains the dry ingredients in prepared proportions. The user adds water. This appears straightforward until one understands that water both enables the chemical reaction and weakens the finished concrete when used excessively. Too little water produces a mix that is difficult to place and consolidate. Too much creates a fluid mixture that looks cooperative, but cures with reduced strength and increased shrinkage. The correct consistency is workable without becoming soupy. This is not a measurement I trusted myself to judge. I read the manufacturer's instructions. I measured the water for every batch. I learned that the amount printed on the bag was a range rather than a command, because moisture in the aggregate, temperature, mixing time, and desired slump all affected the result. I began at the lower end, watched the mixer turn, and added water in small measured amounts. The first batch was too dry. It rolled inside the drum in heavy clumps and resisted the shovel. I added water, then more. The mixture suddenly changed from stubborn to loose. Harold looked into the wheelbarrow. Making soup? I followed the instructions. Did the concrete read them? We used the wet batch in the widened footing at one corner, where strength demands were lower, though I marked the location in my notebook and later discussed it with the building inspector. The inspector did not share my sense of catastrophe. He told me the batch was likely acceptable, but reminded me that consistency mattered. Each batch went into the mixer in the same order. Water first, though not all of it. Dry mix gradually. Remaining water as needed. Allow sufficient mixing time. Discharge into the wheelbarrow. Place before the previous batch began to stiffen. Rod the concrete to remove trapped air. Tap the outside of the tube with a rubber mallet. Insert and maintain the reinforcing steel. Check the form for movement. Check the top elevation. Then repeat. The reinforcement consisted of vertical rebar, tied to horizontal loops and connected to the footing reinforcement below. Steel carries tensile forces that concrete handles poorly. The bars needed proper cover, meaning sufficient concrete between the steel and the outside surface to protect against corrosion and fire. They could not simply rest against the form or soil. I cut and tied the rebar cages in advance. Tying wire looked insignificant, but learning to twist it efficiently with pliers took time. My first ties were large, awkward knots. The sharp ends caught my gloves. By the final cage, the wire was tight and compact. The pour began at 6 in the morning. Daniel came from Calgary to help. He was 32 and worked in information technology, which meant he had inherited my confidence around tools without inheriting any more practical skill. He arrived wearing new work boots and carrying a cooler large enough for an expedition. "You really built a road," he said when he reached the ridge. "I told you I had." "I thought you meant a trail with gravel." "That is essentially what a road is." He looked at the excavator, the forms, the mixer, the generator, and the stacked bags. "Are we qualified to do this?" "No." He nodded. "Good." We established roles. I operated the mixer and measured water. Daniel transported the concrete by wheelbarrow. Harold placed and consolidated the mix in the forms. Wes came for the morning and helped with the first several piers. This was more assistance than I had originally imagined needing. By then I had stopped treating assistance as evidence of failure. The first 2 piers went slowly. The third, went better. By midday, the temperature had risen, and the concrete began stiffening faster. We covered completed piers with damp material and plastic to reduce moisture loss. Concrete does not dry in the ordinary sense. It cures through hydration, a chemical reaction between cement and water. If moisture escapes too quickly, the reaction is limited and the surface may crack. Curing is not the period after construction. It is part of construction. At 1:30, the generator stopped. The mixer rotated once more and went silent with half a batch inside. I checked the fuel. There was fuel. I checked the switch. It was on. I pulled the starter cord. Nothing. Daniel looked into the mixer. How long before that becomes a rock? Not long. We emptied the partial batch into a wheelbarrow and mixed it by hand with shovels while Harold examined the generator. The recoil starter had failed. The rope moved, but the mechanism did not engage. In my previous life, an equipment failure initiated a chain of communication. A maintenance supervisor was contacted, a work order was opened, parts were sourced, downtime was estimated and reported. Responsibility moved through the organization until someone with the proper tools arrived. On the ridge, there were 3 men, wet concrete, and no department to call. Wes drove to town for a replacement generator. Daniel and I mixed the next batches by hand in a plywood box we had built for tools. We poured dry mix into the box, formed a hollow in the center, added measured water, and turned the material repeatedly with shovels until the consistency was uniform. It was brutal work. A bag of concrete mix is heavy in the straightforward manner of things that do not wish to be moved. A single batch was manageable. Repetition turned the work into an examination of every weak place in my body. My shoulders tightened. My lower back warned me. Sweat ran into my eyes. We took shorter loads and worked steadily. Daniel stopped once and leaned on his shovel. You did this to relax? I did it to have purpose. Is it working? I looked at the half-filled pier, the silent mixer, the stacks of unopened bags, and Harold working without complaint. Ask me in November. The new generator arrived before 3. The mixer resumed. We finished the final pier near sunset. The top surfaces had to be set to the correct elevation. We used the laser receiver and a short measuring stick marked with the target height. Excess concrete was removed. Low spots were filled. The top was finished flat enough to receive the metal post bases that would later be anchored into the concrete. I checked each pier. A 1 was correct. A 2 was 1/16 high. A 3 was correct. A 4 was slightly low at one edge. I continued through all 12, writing the results. Harold watched me. You know the beams can be adjusted, he said. I know. You planning to sleep tonight? Yes. Then stop measuring. After the tools were cleaned, Daniel and I sat on overturned buckets and ate sandwiches. The forms stood in 3 straight rows across the ridge, pale cylinders rising from disturbed soil. They were not attractive. They did not look like a cabin. Yet they carried more finality than the road had. A road led somewhere. A foundation declared that this was the place. Daniel asked why I had chosen the ridge. I began to explain drainage, access, sunlight, and protection from the north wind. Then I realized he was asking something else. Your mother would have liked the view, I said. He looked toward the meadow. Yes, he said. We did not say more. Margaret had been practical about nearly everything except land. When we traveled, she noticed places where a house could stand. A rise above a lake, a field beside trees, a sheltered bench on a mountain road. She would point and say, there, as though choosing a location was enough to begin another life. I had always answered with reasons. Too remote. No services. Too expensive. Too much maintenance. I had been correct each time. Correctness had become less satisfying since her death. The next morning, we covered the piers again and kept them damp. Concrete gains strength gradually. It may become firm enough to touch within hours, but that does not mean it is ready to carry full load. Temperature, mix design, and curing conditions affect the schedule. I waited longer than necessary before placing the beams because waiting was one of the few errors I knew how to make safely. During that time, I removed the forms from the portions above ground. The fiber tubes peeled away in damp spirals, revealing gray concrete. The surfaces were not perfect. Small air pockets appeared in places. One pier had a shallow ridge where the form had creased. Another showed a rough patch near the top. I inspected them as though they were annual financial statements. Harold arrived and ran his hand over one. "They're fine. There are voids, small ones. This one isn't perfectly smooth. You building a museum under there?" I filled the minor voids with repair mortar where appropriate and left the rest. This required restraint. I wanted every surface to confirm that I had done the work correctly. The concrete offered a more useful confirmation. It was solid, positioned properly, and capable of supporting what would come next. When the inspector visited, he checked the pier locations, reinforcement records, elevations, anchor details, and site conditions. He asked questions. I answered with more detail than he needed. He listened patiently. At the end, he signed the approval. "Good work," he said. The words affected me more than I expected. During my career, I had received bonuses, promotions, formal evaluations, and speeches at retirement dinners. Good work had been said many times, but the phrase on the ridge belonged to something that could be touched. The inspector was not praising intention, leadership, communication, or strategy. 12 concrete piers stood in the ground where there had previously been none. After he left, I placed the 48-inch level across the top of a temporary board spanning 2 piers. The bubble rested close to center. I adjusted the board slightly until it sat perfectly between the lines. There is a temptation, when a man has spent his life dealing in complexity, to distrust simple measurements. Corporate problems rarely have bubbles. There is always interpretation, politics, timing, context, and a future meeting at which the decision may be reconsidered. The level contains none of these things. It offers a narrow glass tube, a small quantity of liquid, and a pocket of air. I stood on the ridge holding it in both hands. The foundation was not finished. Beams would come next, then joists and subfloor. Winter was already somewhere north of us, moving slowly toward the land. I had no walls, no roof, no heat, and less time than the schedule suggested. But beneath the marked rectangle, the weight now had somewhere to go. I had spent 32 years believing that responsibility meant carrying everything myself. The foundation taught the opposite lesson. Weight must be transferred, roof to wall, wall to floor, floor to beam, beam to pier, pier to earth. Strength did not come from one part refusing to bend. It came from every part passing the load to something prepared to receive it. I wrote that in the notebook that evening. Then below it I added, "Nothing stands alone, no matter how solitary it looks." The level was the second tool. The foundation was the first permanent work. And for the first time since Margaret died, I had built something that could remain after me. A floor is the first part of a building that asks a man to trust it. Before the walls rise and before the roof closes out the weather, the floor must accept weight without complaint. It must carry the stove, the table, the bed, the water tank, the cabinets, the people, and all the small accumulated things that eventually make a shelter feel inhabited. It must remain stiff enough that cups do not tremble when someone crosses the room, flat enough that doors do not swing by themselves, and strong enough that the builder can stop watching his feet and begin looking upward. A floor is not merely a surface. It is a promise that the ground has been persuaded to hold still. The primary tool for building a floor is the circular saw. A handsaw can make every cut required, and for centuries men built sound houses without electricity, but a circular saw turns repetition into progress. It is a simple-looking machine. A motor, a guarded blade, a base plate, a depth adjustment, and a trigger. Yet it can remove fingers faster than regret can form. The blade should extend only slightly beneath the material being cut. The workpiece must be supported so the kerf does not close and pinch the blade. The offcut must be free to fall without tearing the last fibers or trapping the saw. The cord must remain behind the operator. The blade must reach full speed before entering the wood, and the saw must be allowed to do the cutting without being forced. Most important, the man using it must know where the blade will emerge, because danger often waits on the side he cannot see. I bought a good saw because I had finally begun to understand that cheap tools are often paid for twice. It was a corded model with a magnesium base and a blade brake. I chose corded power because the generator could supply it reliably, and because batteries in remote work have a way of becoming empty precisely when the weather changes. I also bought several blades, a framing blade with fewer teeth for fast cuts, a finer blade for plywood, and one spare because the land had taught me that anything essential should have a second version nearby. The built-up beams came first. There were 3 of them, each running the 30-foot length of the cabin and resting on 4 concrete piers. I used pressure-treated lumber where the beams were exposed to exterior moisture and designed each beam according to the span tables and the structural plan approved for the cabin. The exact number and size of plies depended on load, spacing, lumber species, grade, and the distances between supports. This was not a place for intuition. I had learned enough to distrust the phrase "it looks strong enough." Each beam was assembled from multiple dimensional boards, fastened together so they acted as one structural member. The joints between individual boards had to occur over supports or be staggered according to the design. Construction adhesive between plies reduced movement and helped distribute load. Structural nails or approved fasteners were driven in a prescribed pattern rather than wherever the hammer happened to land. The finished beam had to be straight, crowned correctly, and seated fully on the post brackets. Lumber is not straight merely because it was cut by a machine. Every board contains the history of the tree. Grain twists, knots pull, moisture leaves unevenly. One face may bow, one edge may crook, and the entire length may carry a gentle arc, known as crown. When floor joists are installed, their crown should generally face upward, so the load presses them toward level, rather than exaggerating a downward sag. With beams, the boards must be arranged and clamped, so their irregularities oppose rather than reinforce one another. I laid the first set of boards on temporary supports and sighted down their edges. This was a skill I had seen carpenters perform with casual speed. They raised one end of a board toward the eye and looked along its length as though inspecting a rifle barrel. I imitated the movement. The board looked straight, then crooked, then straight again. I changed eyes. It appeared worse. Harold watched me from beside the truck. "You planning to shoot it?" he asked. "I'm checking the crown." "Find one?" "I think so." "Which way?" I turned the board over. He waited. "I'm reconsidering." Harold lifted the board, closed one eye, and marked the upward edge with a pencil in less than 3 seconds. "How?" "Look at it." I was looking at it. "No, you were hoping at it." He handed the board back. Hope had played too large a role in my early work. I hoped dimensions would remain true after fastening. I hoped materials would fit because they were sold under the same nominal size. I hoped rain would pass north of the ridge. I hoped a cut made slightly long could be persuaded into place. The saw and the floor allowed little room for hope. They preferred measurement. Nominal lumber dimensions are names, not actual measurements. A 2x10 is not 2 inches by 10 inches. Its finished dimensions are smaller. Plywood thickness may also vary from the number used in ordinary speech. These differences matter when calculating elevations, aligning rims, fitting hangers, and planning finished floor height. An office career had trained me to examine assumptions, but construction revealed how many assumptions were hidden in words. I measured every board before assembly. The first beam went together on the ground. I applied construction adhesive in a continuous pattern, aligned the ends, clamped the plies, and drove the required fasteners. The adhesive was less cooperative than the video suggested. It came slowly from the tube, then suddenly in excess. It stuck to my gloves, the boards, the caulking gun, and eventually my jacket. When I placed the second board, it slid on the adhesive and shifted out of alignment. I corrected one end, the other moved. I tightened a clamp. The center bowed. For several minutes, the beam behaved like three boards determined to preserve their independence. Harold brought another clamp. "You own enough of these?" he asked. "I own 6. "No, then." We used blocking beneath the beam to keep it off the ground and set several clamps along the length. Working from one end, we aligned the top edges and fastened gradually. The finished beam was heavy enough that I immediately understood another planning error. "How do we lift it?" I asked. Harold looked at the 3 remaining pier brackets. "With more men. There are tasks that become dangerous not because they are technically difficult, but because the material is awkward. A long built-up beam can weigh several hundred pounds. It bends, shifts, and catches the wind. Hands placed beneath it can be trapped. A man standing on uneven ground may lose balance while carrying more weight than he can safely control. I had intended to use machinery, but the excavator had already been returned. I called Daniel. He arrived the following weekend with a friend named Marcus, who worked as an electrician and had the relaxed physical confidence of a man accustomed to ladders. Wes came with the skid steer for half a day. Using forks and lifting straps, we raised each beam near its final position, then guided it into the adjustable brackets by hand. No one stood beneath the suspended load. We used tag lines to control swing. We communicated before every movement. This sounds obvious when written. In practice, 4 men looking at the same beam may still imagine 4 different next steps. "Bring it toward me," I said. "Toward you or toward the cabin?" Marcus asked. "I am toward the cabin." "Not from here." We stopped. From then on, we used directions based on the site: north, south, east, west, up, down. The vocabulary became impersonal and therefore safer. The beams settled into place one by one. We checked their position against the layout lines and adjusted the metal brackets until the tops shared a common elevation. The laser level returned. I took readings at every pier and shimmed or adjusted according to the approved details. A carpenter's level confirmed the shorter spans, but the laser allowed comparison across the full length. The center beam was 1/8 of an inch high at the second pier. I lowered the bracket. Then it was 1/16 low. I raised it. Harold stood beside me. "You know wood moves." "Yes." "Concrete moves a little." "Yes." "Metal moves." "Yes." "You planning to build the only thing in Alberta that doesn't?" I left the beam within tolerance. This was progress. Once the beams were secured, I could begin the floor frame. The design used floor joists running across the 24-foot width, supported by the outside beams and the center beam. Each joist therefore spanned approximately 12 feet between supports. A rim board enclosed the ends and helped keep the joists upright. Blocking would be added where required to reduce rotation and distribute loads. The spacing was 16 inches on center. This phrase had confused me when I first encountered it. 16 inches on center does not mean 16 inches between the edges of boards. It means the center line of one joist is 16 inches from the center line of the next. Since the first joist often begins at the edge of the layout, the marks on the rim board are adjusted, so the edge of each joist aligns correctly while preserving the center spacing. Standard sheet goods are sized to land on those centers, allowing plywood edges to be supported. I marked the layout on both rim boards at once. Using a tape measure, I made a mark at 15 1/4 inches, then every 16 inches thereafter. From each mark, I drew a line across both boards with a framing square and placed an X on the side where the joist would sit. The 3/4 inch adjustment accounted for half the thickness of the first joist, so subsequent centers fell at 16-inch intervals. This was one of those details that appeared arbitrary until the first sheet of subfloor was placed. Then the edge landed exactly on the center of a joist, leaving half the joist available for the next sheet. Construction contains many such acts of inherited intelligence. A mark made early exists to solve a problem that will not become visible until later. The beginner experiences the instruction as ritual. The experienced builder sees the future consequence. The framing square became a secondary tool of the chapter. It was a flat steel right angle, larger than an ordinary square, with tables and markings stamped into its body. It could lay out perpendicular cuts, stair stringers, roof rafters, angles, and repetitive dimensions. I had purchased one months earlier and used it mostly as a paperweight because the numbers along its edges seemed to belong to an older mathematical language. Now I used the simple part first. I held the short leg against the rim board and drew straight lines across the width. A square line is the difference between a joist that fits and one that almost fits. I cut the joists with the circular saw. The first cut was cautious. I marked the length with a sharp pencil, extended the line with the square, supported the board on saw horses, set the blade depth, and checked the chord. I placed the saw base on the waist side, aligned the blade with the mark, and squeezed the trigger. The motor rose into a high mechanical whine. For a moment I hesitated. A circular saw announces its danger more honestly than most machines. The blade is partly hidden, but its speed is evident in the sound. The tool wants forward motion. Holding it still while running feels like containing an animal. I pushed. The saw crossed the board in 2 seconds. The offcut dropped. The fresh end was pale and clean. I checked the measurement. It was 1/8 of an inch short. The saw had not wandered. I had placed the blade on the wrong side of the pencil line. A saw blade removes material equal to its kerf, the width of the cut. When accuracy matters, the blade must travel through the waist side so the full measured length remains in the finished piece. Cutting on the line without considering which half survives can produce repeated errors small enough to hide until assembly. I wrote waist on the offcut. Then I placed a small X on the waist side of every future cut. The second joist was correct. By the 20th, I no longer feared the saw, which created a different danger. Familiarity reduces hesitation before it creates mastery. I began moving faster. I reached across a board to retrieve the tape while the blade was still spinning down. My hand was nowhere near the blade, but the movement was careless. Marcus saw it. "Wait for it to stop," he said. I was clear. "Until you aren't." I waited from then on. We installed the joists, beginning at one end. Each was crowned upward, placed against the layout line, and fastened according to the plan. Where joist hangers were used, every specified hole required the correct approved fastener. Ordinary deck screws were not substitutes. Screws can be strong in withdrawal, yet brittle under shear. Structural connectors are engineered as systems, and their capacity depends on the hanger, the fastener type, the number of fasteners, the lumber, and the installation. I had once believed that fastening meant joining two things until they felt secure. Now I learned that nails and screws carried different forces. Some resisted pulling apart. Some resisted sliding. Some allowed wood movement. Some split ends if placed too close to the edge. Some corroded when used with treated lumber. The small metal objects sold by the pound were not interchangeable. Daniel and Marcus worked along the outside beam while I handled the center connections, Harold cut blocking. We checked each joist for crown position and plumb. A twisted joist could be pulled into alignment temporarily, but if left unrestrained, it would try to return to its original shape. Blocking between joists helped keep them upright and transferred some load between adjacent members. I had drawn the entire floor frame in advance, including the opening for the future stair to the loft and the framed area for plumbing penetrations. Drawings created certainty until lumber arrived. One joist contained a knot near the end. Another had a twist too severe to use in a critical location. Several were slightly longer or shorter despite being sold under the same length. We sorted them. The straightest boards went beneath future walls and high-load areas. Slightly bowed joists were placed where they could be corrected by blocking and subfloor fastening. Defective pieces were returned or cut for shorter uses. Good material selection was not perfectionism. It was placing limitations where they could do the least harm. By late afternoon, half the floor frame was complete. I climbed onto the joists and walked carefully along one board. The ground remained visible beneath me. The structure was only a skeleton, narrow parallel lines suspended above the piers. Each step required balance. "This is the last time it'll feel this high," Marcus said. He was right. Once the subfloor covered the framing, the cabin would appear closer to the earth. Open structures exaggerate distance because the eye can see through them. The next day, we installed the remaining joists and checked the frame for square. Opposite sides matched. The diagonals were close but not equal. The frame had racked slightly during assembly. A rectangular frame can shift into a parallelogram, while every side retains its proper length. The correction is to measure diagonals and push or pull one corner until they match. We attached a come-along between opposite points and tightened slowly. The frame moved less than expected, then more. We remeasured. One diagonal shortened by half an inch, the other lengthened by half an inch. We adjusted again until they were equal within tolerance, then installed temporary diagonal bracing to hold the shape. The come-along was a hand-operated ratcheting winch with cable and hooks. It multiplied force through gearing. A man could pull a heavy frame into alignment one click at a time. The hooks had to be attached to secure points. The cable had to remain free of damage and sharp bends. No one should stand in line with a tensioned cable because stored force turns failure into motion. I liked the come-along immediately. It suited my mind. Large correction through small repeated actions. One click did little. 20 changed the geometry of the building. The subfloor came next. I used tongue and groove structural panels, rated for the joist spacing and suitable for exposure during construction. The tongue on one sheet fit into the groove of the next, helping support long edges between joists and reducing vertical movement. The panel strength direction had to run perpendicular to the joists. Staggering end joints improved continuity. A small expansion gap was required at panel ends and edges according to the manufacturer because wood products expand with moisture. The first sheet established everything. We began at the straightest outside corner. I applied a continuous bead of subfloor adhesive along the top of the joists beneath the panel. Adhesive reduced squeaks and helped the floor act as a diaphragm, but it also introduced urgency. Once the panel was placed, adjustment became more difficult. 4 of us lifted the sheet. "Tongue out," Marcus said. "Which direction?" Daniel asked. "Toward the unfinished side." "That would have been useful before we put it down." We lifted it again and rotated. The panel was aligned with the rim and fastened temporarily at one corner. We checked square, then drove approved screws and nails according to the fastening schedule, keeping edges properly supported and avoiding overdriving the heads through the panel surface. My first few screws sank too deep. The impact driver made it easy to continue after the head reached the wood. A fastener driven through the top layer loses some holding strength. I reduced the torque setting and learned to stop when the head sat flush. The impact driver was faster than a drill because it delivered rotational blows under resistance. It also produced a hard metallic chatter that traveled across the ridge and into the forest. By the end of the day, my ears rang slightly. After that, I wore hearing protection without exception. I had resisted some protective equipment at first because each item seemed to interfere with the work. Safety glasses fogged, ear protection muffled conversation, gloves reduced touch, steel-toed boots were hot, a dust mask trapped breath. But injury interfered more. The land had no medical room, no safety coordinator, and no quick response. Prevention was not caution in the abstract. It was logistics. The second row of panels required fitting the tongue and groove joints. The sheets were heavy and reluctant. We used a scrap block against the groove edge and struck the block with a sledge so the joint closed without damaging the panel. One sheet stopped half an inch short. We struck again. It did not move. I inspected the joint. Adhesive had begun to set, and a small wood chip was trapped in the groove. "We can force it," I said. Harold shook his head. "You can force anything once." We lifted the panel before the adhesive cured, cleaned the groove, reapplied adhesive, and placed it again. This time the joint closed with 2 blows. That half-inch delay saved a crooked seam across the remaining floor. By evening, most of the joists had disappeared beneath the panels. The open skeleton became a broad wooden platform floating above the ground. The change was immediate and emotional. Before, I had been assembling parts. Now there was a place to stand. I walked from one end to the other. The floor was 30 feet long and 24 feet wide, 720 square feet. On paper, it had seemed modest. Empty beneath the sky, it seemed enormous. I imagined the kitchen along the east wall, the stove near the center, the table facing south, the bedroom in the northwest corner. I paced the spaces and discovered that drawings had lied in both directions. Some areas felt larger, others narrowed under the pressure of actual distance. Daniel stood where the front door would be. So this is the house. The beginning of it. It already feels like one. There were no walls, but I knew what he meant. A floor creates inside before enclosure. It defines a territory no longer entirely belonging to the land. That night we placed our camp chairs on the new platform and ate from metal plates. The sun lowered over the spruce. Mosquitoes gathered above us, but the breeze kept most away. Our boots left marks in the construction dust. The plywood still carried printed stamps and pencil lines. Gaps remained where the final panels would be installed. Yet sitting there felt different from sitting on the ground. Harold had gone home. Marcus was reading something on his phone. Daniel opened 2 beers and handed me one. "You seem happier," he said. "I'm tired." "That's not the same thing." "No." He waited. "I may be happier." He nodded as though this confirmed something he had known before I did. I asked about his work. He described a project delayed by changes in management. People had spent weeks deciding which software platform should be used to organize the work that had not yet begun. He spoke with the controlled irritation I recognized from my own career. "What would you do?" he asked. 6 months earlier, I would have given him an answer. I would have asked about sponsors, governance, authority, budget, stakeholders, and implementation risk. I would have assembled the problem until it resembled something I had already solved. Instead, I looked at the floor. "Find the first piece that has to carry weight," I said. "Build that." He laughed. "You've been out here too long." "Probably." The next morning, clouds came from the northwest. The forecast called for scattered rain. In the city, this phrase had meant carrying an umbrella. On the ridge, it meant protecting thousands of square feet of absorbent material and deciding whether to continue fastening panels while the weather approached. The subfloor was rated for limited exposure, but rated did not mean unharmed. Water could cause edge swelling, surface roughness, and delays. Standing water had to be removed. Seams and cut openings required attention. We worked quickly to finish the remaining panels. The final sheet was not a full sheet. It had to be ripped lengthwise to fit the last strip. A rip cut runs parallel to the long grain or long edge of a sheet. Making it safely with a circular saw requires a stable work surface and a straight guide. I measured the required width at several points because the frame, though square, was not mathematically perfect. The dimension varied by 1/8 of an inch. I marked both ends, snapped a chalk line, and clamped a straight board as a saw guide at the correct offset from the cut line. The saw's base plate, not the blade, would ride against the guide, so the distance between blade and base edge had to be included. I checked the measurement twice, then a third time. The cut ran clean. The panel fit with the required gap. As I drove the final fasteners, rain began ticking against the plywood. We covered tools, moved materials under tarps, and swept water toward the open stairwell section. Rain darkened the floor in broad, irregular patches. The platform became slick. We stopped work rather than pretend speed could defeat weather. The rain continued for 3 hours. I stood beneath the tarp and watched water collect on the subfloor. Small puddles formed where panels dipped between joists. I used a push broom to move them off the edges. The roof did not yet exist, so every storm had direct access to the work. The platform held. There was no visible sagging. The beams remained seated. The joists transmitted the load. The piers accepted it. Rainwater ran from the edges and fell to the soil below. For the first time, I could see the complete path of weight. My body supplied some of it. I crossed the floor, and the force moved through the panel to the joists, from the joists to the beams, from the beams to the piers, and from the piers into the ridge. A structure was not an object. It was an arrangement of transfers. I had spent my working life near the top of organizations. Information rose toward me. Decisions moved downward. When something failed, responsibility traveled in both directions until it found a person willing or unable to refuse it. I had often thought leadership meant being the strongest member in the chain. The floor suggested something else. The panel was not strong because it carried everything alone. Neither was the joist. Neither was the beam. Strength came from spacing, connection, alignment, and the willingness of each part to pass weight onward without abandoning its share. After the rain stopped, the clouds opened in the west. Low light spread across the wet plywood, turning the floor the color of old copper. I walked to the place where the table would eventually stand. There was nothing above me but sky. I thought of the kitchen in the house Margaret and I had owned for 23 years. She had sat at the same corner of the table every morning, one foot tucked beneath the chair, reading the first section of the newspaper while I read the business pages. We had believed repetition meant there would always be another morning. The table remained after she did not. For years I had walked past it and felt the room carrying weight it had not been designed to hold. The cabin floor would eventually carry another table. I took the circular saw to the edge of the platform and cleaned the dust from its base. The blade had collected resin. The cord bore a new scrape but no exposed wire. I coiled it loosely rather than wrapping it tightly around the tool because repeated sharp bends damaged cords near their connections. I placed the saw in its case and carried it beneath the tarp. Before leaving the site, I returned with the level. I set it on the floor in the center of the future living room. The bubble sat between the lines. I moved it north, then east, then near the door. In one place, the floor was slightly out, less than the thickness of a coin across 4 feet. It was acceptable. I left it alone. That may have been the most important work I completed that month. In my old life, I had believed improvement had no natural end. Every process could be optimized. Every report could be refined. Every cost could be reduced. Every schedule compressed. Every result compared against a better possible result. The floor taught me that a thing can be sound without being perfect. More than that, it taught me that failing to recognize completion is another form of failure. I wrote in the notebook, build accurately enough that the next part fits. Then, Do not damage sound work in pursuit of flawless work. The circular saw was the third tool. The floor was the first place the cabin allowed me to stand, and when I crossed it without looking down, I understood that the land had begun to hold more than my plans. A wall has two lives. In the first, it lies flat upon the floor and appears manageable. Its studs are straight lines. Its openings can be measured. Its nails can be driven from comfortable angles. A man can step across it, correct it, and believe he has command of the work. In the second life, the wall is raised. Gravity takes hold of every imperfect joint. Wind finds the broad face. The bottom plate must remain where it was placed while the top travels through an arc and comes to rest above a line that may be 20 feet long. What had been carpentry becomes weight, balance, and consequence. A wall is easy to assemble. The difficulty is persuading it to stand and then giving it no reason to fall. The primary tool for framing walls is the hammer. Pneumatic nailers are faster, and I eventually used one for much of the work. But the hammer teaches what fastening means. A nail driven correctly pulls two pieces of wood together and holds them against forces that would separate or slide them. A nail struck badly bends, splits the lumber, glances toward a hand, or remains proud of the surface as a small monument to impatience. The hammer is simple enough that failure cannot be blamed on settings, batteries, hoses, or instructions. There is only the head, the handle, the nail, and the person swinging. I bought a 22-ounce framing hammer with a milled face and a straight handle. The milled face gripped nail heads better than a smooth one, though it also marked any finished surface it touched. The weight seemed reasonable in the store. After an hour of driving 16-penny nails, it felt as though someone had attached a small engine block to my wrist. I gripped too tightly. I swung mostly from the elbow. My blows were careful and weak. Harold watched me drive a nail with 6 strikes. "You planning to wear it down?" he asked. "I prefer accuracy." "Then hit the nail." I struck harder and missed. The hammer glanced from the head and crushed the edge of the bottom plate. Harold nodded. Closer. The walls would be conventional wood framing, 2x6 studs at 16 inches on center, with double-top plates, structural sheathing, and opening sized for standard windows and doors. I chose 2x6 construction because the deeper wall cavities allowed more insulation and because northern winters are not impressed by nostalgia. A cabin may look traditional from the outside while depending upon modern control of heat, air, and moisture to remain durable. The framing plan showed exterior walls, interior partitions, window and door openings, headers, king studs, jack studs, cripple studs, blocking, and load paths. I had spent evenings learning the vocabulary. A king stud runs full height beside an opening. A jack stud, sometimes called a trimmer, supports the header. The header carries the load that would otherwise have traveled through the missing studs above the opening. Cripple studs fill the shorter spaces beneath a window or above a header. The sill forms the bottom of a window opening. The rough opening must be larger than the actual window so the unit can be leveled, shimmed, insulated, and adjusted. The first time I read this, it seemed unnecessarily elaborate. Then I understood that a framed wall is an interrupted system. Every opening removes part of the normal load path. The framing around it must redirect that weight without allowing the wall to weaken or distort. A window is not simply a hole. It is a problem with light in it. I began with the north wall because it had the fewest openings and would be easiest to frame. I snapped a chalk line on the subfloor to mark the inside edge of the bottom plate. Then I selected the lumber. Studs sold under the same grade varied considerably. Some bowed, some twisted, some contained knots near the ends. I sorted each bundle before cutting. The straightest studs went beside doors and windows, where alignment mattered most. Slightly bowed pieces could be used in open sections with crowns facing the same direction. Twisted studs were set aside for blocking or returned. By then I had become capable of sighting along a board. I was not fast, but I could see the crown. This pleased me more than it should have. The wall height was determined by the stud length top and bottom plates, subfloor elevation, loft design, and roof structure. I used pre-cut studs where possible because their consistency reduced labor, but every dimension still had to be checked. A nominal 8-foot wall is not necessarily 8 feet from finished floor to ceiling. Construction dimensions accumulate. Plates, sheathing, flooring, ceiling finishes, and structural members all take space. One cannot decide the final room height from the name printed on a stack of lumber. I laid the bottom and top plates side by side on the floor and aligned their ends. Marking both at once ensured the studs would remain parallel. Using the tape measure and framing square, I laid out stud positions at 16 inches on center. I marked each line and placed an X on the side where the stud belonged. Openings were marked clearly across both plates, with separate lines for kings, jacks, and cripples. I had learned to make marks large enough to survive the work. Small, elegant pencil marks disappear beneath sawdust, boot prints, and weather. Construction rewards clarity over refinement. I used a carpenter's pencil with a broad lead and wrote notes directly on the wood. Window, door, king, jack, no stud. My first career had taught me to avoid writing anything that might later appear unsophisticated. The land taught me that sophisticated ambiguity is still ambiguity. I cut the plates to length and positioned them along the chalk line. Then I carried the studs onto the platform and laid them between the plates according to the marks. The wall emerged horizontally, a ladder of pale lumber filling the north edge of the floor. I measured the diagonal corners of the wall frame. They did not match. This surprised me, though it should not have. The plates were the correct length. The studs were cut consistently. Every layout mark had been checked, yet the frame had shifted while lying loose on the floor. I pushed one corner with my boot and measured again. The diagonal changed. I adjusted the opposite end. Eventually the numbers matched. Only then did I begin fastening. For hand nailing, the stud was held tightly against the plate while 2 or 3 framing nails were driven through the plate into the end grain according to the plan. End nailing into a stud is straightforward when the wall lies flat. Toe nailing, where nails enter at an angle through one member into another, requires more control. The nail is started at a steeper angle than the final direction and then driven so it pulls the pieces together. My first toenail bent. The second split the edge. The third entered correctly, but stopped with the head half an inch above the wood. Harold took the hammer. "Start it here," he said, placing the nail farther from the end. He tapped it twice until the point bit, then lowered the hammer angle and drove it home with 2 firm blows. He handed the hammer back. I copied the movement. The nail went in. "Again," he said. The next one bent. Again. We continued until the action began to make sense. The hammer should not be strangled. The grip remains firm but loose enough that the handle can pivot. Power comes from the wrist, elbow, and shoulder in sequence. The eye remains on the nail head. The hammer follows the line of the intended strike. A good blow sounds different from a bad one. The head meets the nail squarely and the sound is compact. A glancing blow produces a higher, thinner note. By late morning, I could hear mistakes before looking at them. This was the first tool that taught me through sound. Once the wall was assembled, we checked every opening. The large window facing north was intended to frame the spruce while limiting direct summer heat. Its rough opening required exact dimensions from the window manufacturer. Too small, and the unit would not fit. Too large and shimming would become excessive, weakening support and complicating air sealing. I measured the opening at the top, middle, and bottom. The difference was 1/4 inch. One jack stud had shifted while being nailed. We removed the nails with a cat's paw and pry bar, repositioned the stud, and fastened it again. Pulling a framing nail from new lumber is harder than driving it. The cat's paw has sharp curved claws that bite beneath the nail head. A hammer drives the claws into the wood, after which leverage raises the nail enough for a larger bar to finish the extraction. The process damages the surface, but framing lumber does not require beauty. It does require accuracy. I disliked removing nails. Each one felt like evidence of wasted work. In the office, revision occurred in documents. The first version vanished when saved over. Physical work preserved the cost of correction. Wood showed holes. Bent nails accumulated in a bucket. Time could not be hidden. Harold noticed me looking at the damaged stud. "That bother you?" he asked. "The holes. Wall won't care." "I know." "Then who are they for?" I had no answer. We added the header over the opening. Its size and construction came from the approved design, based on the opening width, loads above, lumber species, and local snow conditions. A header should not be guessed by copying another building. The weight from the roof and upper structure must cross the opening and continue downward through the supporting studs. The built-up header was assembled from structural lumber with an insulating layer where required so the wall would not contain a large thermal bridge. Wood insulates poorly compared with dedicated insulation, and solid framing members conduct more heat than insulated cavities. The more lumber gathered around an opening, the colder that area can become unless designed carefully. I had once thought walls existed to hold roofs. Now I understood they also controlled heat, air, vapor, rain, insects, sound, and fire. Their structural function was only the beginning. By afternoon, the north wall was ready to raise. There were 4 of us: Harold, Daniel, Marcus, and me. We cleared the platform. Loose tools were moved. Temporary braces were cut and placed nearby. The bottom plate was aligned with the chalk line and secured so it could rotate without sliding from the edge. We discussed the lift. A framed wall should be raised from the top plate side while the bottom remains controlled. The wall is lifted gradually, with workers spaced along its length. As the angle increases, the apparent weight changes. Near the floor, it feels heaviest because the workers must lift outward and upward. As it approaches vertical, the center of gravity moves over the bottom plate, and the wall may suddenly become eager to complete the movement. At that moment, control matters more than force. No one should stand beneath it. No one should place hands where they can be trapped between plates. Bracing must be attached immediately. We took positions. "Ready?" Marcus asked. I said yes. We lifted. For the first foot, the wall barely moved. The weight spread across my hands and shoulders. We stepped forward. The studs rose. The wall became a slanted plane, broad enough to catch the wind. "Hold," Harold said. We stopped at perhaps 45 degrees. One of the temporary bottom fasteners had begun pulling loose. Marcus shifted to support the center. Harold drove another nail. The wall trembled slightly in the breeze. "Again," he said. We lifted. At shoulder height, I felt my footing become uncertain. My boots moved across the plywood. I looked upward instead of at the floor. The wall continued rising. The load became lighter, then suddenly tried to pass us. "Easy," Harold said. We guided it through the last few degrees. The bottom plate settled against the line. The north wall stood. For a second, none of us moved. Then Harold held it plumb while Marcus attached a diagonal brace from the upper wall to the floor. Daniel secured the opposite end. We checked the bottom plate, adjusted the position, and added more braces. I stepped backward. The change in the site was greater than I had expected. One wall had altered the meaning of the platform. The spruce trees beyond it were no longer simply north of me. They were framed by a future room. The rectangular window opening held a portion of forest apart from the rest, as though the cabin had already begun deciding what would be seen. Daniel stood in the opening. "This is going to be a good window," he said. "Yes. Mom would have put a chair here." Yes. We left the thought where it was. The second wall was the west wall, shorter in openings but exposed to prevailing weather. A smaller window would provide light to the bedroom. The wall also contained the section where the wood stove chimney would eventually pass through the roof, although the chimney itself would remain inside the room with required clearances from combustible materials. We framed it on the platform while the north wall stood braced above us. The presence of one wall made the floor feel smaller. Tools that had been spread freely now occupied the interior of a building that did not yet exist. Shadows crossed the plywood. Wind moved differently, curling around the standing frame. I drove nails through the plates. My swing improved. I still missed sometimes. A framing hammer with a milled face leaves a waffle-shaped mark in wood. It leaves the same mark in a thumb. I learned this near the third stud from the corner. The blow was not full strength. The nail shifted as I swung, and the hammer clipped the top of my left thumb. Pain arrived as a bright pulse. I dropped the hammer and gripped the hand. Blood appeared beneath the nail. Daniel came over. How bad? I don't know. This was not entirely true. I knew it hurt. We removed the glove and examined the thumb. The skin was not split. Movement remained possible. The nail was darkening, but there was no obvious deformity. I washed it, applied cold, and sat for 15 minutes while the pain settled into a steady throb. The accident had not resulted from ignorance. It had resulted from confidence. I had stopped placing the nail carefully. I had held it too high between thumb and finger instead of starting it with short, controlled taps. I had begun swinging before my other hand was clear. The sequence took less than a second. I wrote it later in the notebook. Speed is not the same as rhythm. Then, the dangerous moment is often after you believe you understand the task. We use the pneumatic framing nailer for more of the remaining work. A nailer drives fasteners using compressed air. It saves time and reduces fatigue, but it introduces hazards of its own. The tool must be loaded with the correct nails. The air pressure should be sufficient to seat the fasteners without overdriving them. The nose must be kept away from the body. Hands must never be placed behind a nailing surface where a fastener might pass through or deflect. The trigger system matters. Sequential firing requires the nose to contact the work before each trigger pull. Bump firing allows rapid nailing by holding the trigger and pressing the nose repeatedly, but it increases the risk of unintended discharge. I used sequential mode. The compressor sat outside the future doorway, its motor starting and stopping as the tank pressure changed. The hose followed me across the floor. I learned to pull slack before moving and to keep loops away from feet. The first nail drove too deep. I reduced the air pressure. The next remained proud. I increased it slightly. After several tests on scrap lumber, the heads sat flush. The nailer was efficient in a way the hammer could never be. A wall that required hundreds of strikes could be assembled with controlled bursts. Yet I trusted the tool only because the hammer had already taught me what the nail was supposed to accomplish. Speed without understanding merely produces mistakes at a faster rate. We raised the west wall late that day. This one met the north wall at the corner. The two walls had to be plumb individually and connected securely. Corners in framed construction must provide structural attachment and backing for interior and exterior finishes, while minimizing unnecessary lumber that creates thermal bridging. The details had been shown in the plan. On the platform, they became three-dimensional. We raised the wall, braced it, pulled it into alignment with the north wall, and fastened the corner. For the first time, the cabin had an angle. Two walls created shelter from wind. I stepped into the corner and immediately felt the difference. A building begins before enclosure. The next morning, I stood inside the L-shaped frame while rain clouds moved across the west. The walls interrupted the breeze and reflected the sounds of footsteps. I could hear the slight change in my voice when I spoke. I said Margaret's name once. The wall gave nothing back except a faint wooden echo. The south wall contained the main windows and the front door. It was the most complicated wall and the heaviest. 2 large windows faced the meadow to gather winter sun. The door opened onto the future porch. The combined openings left less continuous framing, requiring careful headers and temporary support during the lift. Windows lose more heat than well-insulated walls. Even high-quality units represent a weaker part of the thermal envelope. Large south-facing windows can provide useful solar gain in winter when the sun is low, but they can also create overheating in summer and substantial nighttime heat loss. Overhang depth, glazing type, orientation, shading, and interior thermal mass all matter. My first drawings had shown an entire wall of glass. The energy calculations corrected my romance. I reduced the openings, increased their performance specifications, and planned a roof overhang sized to shade the higher summer sun while allowing lower winter light beneath it. The final design still favored the view, but not at the cost of turning the cabin into a cold greenhouse. We assembled the wall carefully. The door rough opening had to account for the actual unit dimensions, required shimming space, threshold height, and future flooring. The window sill heights were established from the finished floor, not merely from the current subfloor. I marked each opening and checked them against the drawings. Then I checked again. Daniel arrived while we were building the headers. "You've measured that one 4 times, he said. "Yes. Is it changing?" "Not yet." He smiled. "You're getting better." "At measuring?" "At stopping before 10. The lift required 6 people. Wes brought 2 men from his crew. We attached temporary lifting blocks to improve handholds and used long braces ready to secure the wall once vertical. Wind was light, but we waded through a stronger gust before beginning. Everyone took position. The wall rose slowly. Halfway up, one end lagged. The frame began twisting. The men at that end pushed harder. The wall straightened. The top plate climbed above us. Through the rough openings, the meadow appeared in pieces. Near vertical, the wall shifted toward the edge. "Hold it," Harold said. We stopped. The bottom plate had caught against a small ridge of dried adhesive on the subfloor. It needed to slide less than half an inch to reach the chalk line, but the full wall weight now pressed downward. We could not simply shove it while holding the frame. Wes used a long pry bar at the bottom plate. The rest of us maintained the wall near vertical. "Hands clear," he said. He levered the plate. The wall moved. Again! It settled onto the line. Braces were attached. Only when the wall stood secured did we release it. The south wall changed everything. Sunlight entered through 2 broad rectangular openings. The meadow was no longer an uninterrupted field. The cabin had selected views, one toward the creek, one toward the open grass, and a narrower vertical opening where the front door would stand. I walked through the doorway. Then I walked back in. The threshold did not yet exist, but the act felt formal. Outside and inside had become distinguishable. The east wall was last. It contained the kitchen window and a rear service door. By then the routine was familiar. Plates, layout, studs, openings, headers, square, fasten, check. Familiarity improved the work, but did not shorten the day as much as I expected. Greater skill revealed more details. I noticed crowns sooner. I corrected small gaps before fastening. I checked that studs remained flush at plate edges, so the sheathing would sit flat. I placed blocking for future cabinets while the wall was open. I photographed every wall with a measuring tape visible, so I would later know where backing and services were located after insulation and finishes concealed them. A completed wall hides its own construction. Photographs preserve what memory will eventually simplify. We raised the east wall without trouble. The 4 exterior walls stood around the platform, each held by diagonal braces. The cabin was now a wooden box open to the sky. The walls were not yet fully plumb, aligned or tied together with the second top plate. They moved slightly when pushed. The structure had shape, but not unity. Plumbing the walls required patience. A level held against a stud showed whether the wall leaned inward or outward. Long braces could push or pull the top, while the bottom remained fixed. We started at one corner, brought the wall plumb, secured it, then worked around the building. The corners had to remain aligned because correcting one wall could disturb another. The bubble became the judge again. On the north wall, the bubble rested against the outer line. We pushed the top inward too far. We released pressure. The wall moved back. We tightened the brace by a small amount. The bubble centered. At the opposite corner, the wall was correct at the bottom but bowed slightly near the top. A twisted stud and uneven bracing were contributing. We adjusted both rather than forcing the entire wall to satisfy one reading. A level measures local truth. A straight line must still be checked over distance. We stretched mason's line along the upper plates and used spacer blocks at the ends. Any wall section touching or drifting from the line could be identified and corrected. The purpose of the spacer blocks was to hold the string slightly away from the endpoints, allowing the same gap to be checked along the length without the string being obstructed. The west wall bowed outward by nearly half an inch in the center. We attached a brace and pulled it inward. The wall resisted. Another click. It moved. One more. The string gap matched. The come-along had returned. Large correction through small, repeated actions. When all walls were plumb, straight, square, and aligned, we installed the second top plate. It overlapped wall joints and corners, tying separate sections together. The lap pattern ensured loads and forces could transfer across connections, rather than terminating at a single seam. The nails through the upper plates had to be driven while standing on ladders and temporary platforms. I had been uneasy with heights all my life, not terrified, uneasy. In office buildings, height was separated from me by glass, steel, elevators, and engineering. On a ladder, height is personal. Every rung reports how far the body has traveled from the ground. Ladder safety is simple enough to remember and easy enough to ignore. The base must stand on firm, level ground. The ladder should be set at the proper angle. The top must rest securely. 3 points of contact should be maintained. The user should not overreach beyond the side rails. Tools should be carried in a belt or raised separately when necessary. The ladder should be moved rather than asking the body to become longer. The first time I climbed to the top plate, I carried the hammer in one hand. Harold stopped me. "Put it in your belt." "I can hold it." "Then you can hold it after you fall." I climbed down and began again. From the ladder, I drove nails through the overlapping plates. My swing was shorter but more accurate than it had been weeks earlier. The hammer no longer felt foreign in my hand. I could start a nail with 2 taps and drive it with 2 or 3 firm blows. I knew the sound of a solid connection. I knew when the nail had bent beneath the surface. I knew when wood was beginning to split. The skill had entered quietly. No moment announced that I had become capable. The final exterior nail went into the northeast corner shortly before sunset. I remained on the ladder with one hand on the top plate. Below me, the cabin floor lay enclosed by the 4 walls. Orange light entered from the south and passed through the window openings, drawing long rectangles across the plywood. Beyond the frame, spruce moved in the evening wind. I climbed down. The others had gone except Harold. He stood in the doorway with his hands in his jacket pockets. "Looks like a building," he said. "Almost." "No. Looks like one now. Roof just keeps the weather from proving otherwise." We walked around the exterior. The walls were bare studs. Diagonal braces crossed the openings. The corners showed layers of plates and fasteners. Nothing was finished, but the shape was undeniable. From the road, a person could now see a cabin under construction rather than a platform in a clearing. I stepped inside again. The rooms existed only as chalk lines on the floor, but I could sense their arrangement. bedroom to the north, bathroom beside it, kitchen along the east wall, table near the south windows, stove near the center, loft above the northern half. I stood where the table would be and looked through the window opening toward the meadow. For months I had imagined this view. The actual view was lower than I expected. I had placed the sill according to standard dimensions without considering how it would feel from a seated position. Standing, the meadow opened fully. Sitting on an overturned bucket, part of the foreground disappeared behind the sill. I felt immediate disappointment. The wall had already been framed. Lowering the window would require removing the sill, cripples, and parts of the king and jack arrangement depending upon the revised design. It might affect the header support and exterior elevation. It would cost time and material. Harold sat on another bucket. "What's wrong?" "The window is too high." He looked through it. "No. For the table." He remained seated. "Can see the trees." "Not enough of the meadow." "You planning to eat the meadow?" I did not answer. He stood. "Change it if it matters." "That wall is finished." "No, that wall is standing. Finished comes later." The distinction stayed with me. The next morning I lowered the rough opening by 4 inches after confirming the change would remain structurally acceptable and would suit the chosen window. We removed the sill and lower cripples, recut them, adjusted the layout, and rebuilt the section. The work took 2 hours. When I sat again, the meadow filled the opening. It was right. There are mistakes that weaken a structure and must be corrected. There are mistakes that affect only appearance and can be accepted. Then there are decisions that are technically sound, but wrong for the life intended inside the building. Those are harder to identify. A man can live for years with a window 4 inches too high. He can explain the efficiency of leaving it alone. He can call acceptance maturity. But every morning he will sit at the table and see less of the world than he had hoped. I had spent much of my working life living with decisions because changing them would have embarrassed the people who made them, including me. Projects continued because too much had already been invested. Offices remained in the wrong cities. Systems stayed in use because replacing them would acknowledge that the original choice had failed. The wall taught me that sunk cost is not structure. A nail can be pulled, a stud can be moved. Sound work can still be wrong. That evening I walked outside and looked back through the lowered window. The rectangular opening framed the place where the table would stand. For the first time, I imagined myself inside from the perspective of the land. The cabin no longer seemed like something I was imposing upon the ridge. It seemed like a device for observing it. I wrote in the notebook, "A wall should carry weight without closing out the reason you built it." Then, correct what will trouble you every day. The hammer was the 4th tool. The walls were the first part of the cabin that stood above me. And when I stepped through the doorway at dusk, I understood that I was no longer merely building upon the land. I had begun deciding how I would live within it. A roof does not exist to keep rain out. That is only the most visible part of its work. A good roof manages gravity, wind, snow, heat, condensation, expansion, ultraviolet light, and time itself. Every drop of water that lands upon it must be encouraged to leave before it discovers another idea. Snow must slide or melt according to the design. Warm air from inside the cabin must not quietly condense into hidden moisture where mold and rot can spend years working unseen. A roof is less a lid than a carefully managed conversation between weather and structure. When it succeeds, nobody notices. When it fails, every room below eventually joins the discussion. The primary tool for building a roof is the speed square. Mine was a simple triangular piece of aluminum no larger than a dinner plate, painted bright orange so I could find it after laying it down in sawdust for the 20th time. It looked almost disappointingly ordinary. yet it could mark 90-degree cuts, 45-degree cuts, roof pitches, birds' mouths, rafter layouts, stair angles, and countless measurements that previously had required pages of geometry. Like many good tools, its intelligence had already been built into it. The man using it merely had to understand enough not to fight it. By the beginning of August, the walls stood straight, the braces remained tight, and the prairie grasses surrounding the cabin had turned from fresh green into the muted gold that arrives long before autumn. The mornings were noticeably cooler. Heavy dew coated the subfloor each dawn, reminding me that summer was already beginning its quiet retreat northward. I had become accustomed to waking in the small camping trailer I had purchased after deciding that sleeping on the ground every weekend was a young man's solution to an older man's ambition. The trailer was only 16 feet long, containing a narrow bed, a propane stove, a tiny refrigerator, and a table barely large enough for my notebook. It was luxury by comparison. Each morning followed nearly the same rhythm. Coffee while the propane kettle hissed. 15 minutes reading whichever section of the building code or construction manual applied to the day's work. A slow walk around the cabin, inspecting yesterday's progress before touching a single tool. That walk became my most valuable habit. Problems reveal themselves differently before work begins. Fatigue has not yet narrowed your attention. The morning light strikes from a new direction. Overnight rain leaves evidence. Lumber that twisted while drying announces itself quietly. Nails that seemed properly seated yesterday sometimes stand proud after the wood relaxes. The building speaks most clearly before the noise of construction begins. I discovered this one Tuesday morning while circling the cabin. One of the temporary diagonal braces supporting the west wall had loosened slightly. Only a quarter inch, barely visible. Had I climbed onto the top plates without noticing, the movement could have become much greater once roof framing began. Instead, I tightened the brace, checked every other temporary support, and wrote another sentence in my notebook. Never begin today's work until yesterday's work has been inspected. The roof design had occupied my thoughts for months. I had considered a simple shed roof because it would be easier to build alone. I had considered a gambrel because it offered additional loft space. I even spent several evenings sketching a low-sloped modern roof before finally admitting that I was trying to impress nobody. The cabin wanted a gable roof. Simple, strong, easy to ventilate, easy to maintain, easy to understand. The pitch would be 8 inches of rise for every 12 inches of horizontal run, an 8 to 12 roof. Steep enough to shed Alberta snow reliably, gentle enough that I could still work on it with proper precautions. Snow load calculations, rafter spans, species, grade, spacing, and local code requirements all influence the final dimensions. I had the engineering reviewed before purchasing lumber, because roofs are one of those places where optimism should never substitute for mathematics. The ridge beam would run the full length of the cabin. Common rafters would extend from ridge to top plates. Collar ties and ceiling joists would resist outward thrust while defining the future loft. The roof would eventually receive plywood sheathing, synthetic underlayment, an ice and water membrane along vulnerable edges, vertical strapping where required for ventilation details, and finally, dark charcoal standing seam steel roofing. I chose steel for reasons that would have disappointed my younger self. When I was 30, I preferred materials because they looked impressive. At 57, I preferred them because they reduced maintenance. Steel roofing lasts decades, sheds snow efficiently, resists fire, weighs less than asphalt shingles, and allows rainwater harvesting without the gradual deterioration of granular roofing products. It also costs more initially. Retirement had finally taught me that inexpensive and economical are rarely identical words. The first task was laying out the rafters. Every rafter begins as an ordinary board. Only after a series of carefully placed cuts does it become part of a roof. The top cut fits against the ridge. The bird's mouth seats the rafter securely upon the top plate. The tail forms the roof overhang. Every angle depends upon the roof pitch. Every measurement depends upon the building width. Every mistake compounds itself dozens of times because roofs contain many nearly identical pieces. I spent nearly an entire afternoon making one rafter. The speed square rested against the edge of the board while I followed tables and markings that only weeks earlier had seemed completely mysterious. I marked the plumb cut, then the seat cut, then calculated the overhang, then measured everything again. The circular saw handled the long cuts. The remaining corner of the bird's mouth required a hand saw because cutting beyond the intersection would weaken the rafter. I held the finished piece against the wall. It did not fit. The seat landed nearly an inch above the top plate. I stared at it for several minutes. The mathematics were correct. The measurements were correct. The lumber was correct. Eventually, I realized the mistake. I had measured from the wrong reference line after accounting for the ridge thickness. One forgotten subtraction, 1 inch, one ruined rafter. In business, errors often become expensive because people refuse to admit them quickly. Construction is less forgiving. The board remained the wrong shape no matter how carefully I explained my reasoning. I leaned it against a tree and started over. Harold arrived halfway through my second attempt. "Practicing?" he asked. "I've built one very expensive fence board." He looked at the discarded rafter. "Good." I was hoping for sympathy. "You got education?" He picked up the ruined board. "Firewood's expensive too." The second rafter fit almost perfectly. Not perfectly. Almost. There remained perhaps 1/16 of an inch of daylight beneath one corner of the bird's mouth. I considered recutting it. Instead, I remembered the floor. Build accurately enough that the next part fits. The rafter sat fully upon the bearing surface. The load path remained correct. The gap was cosmetic. I accepted it. Template rafters are among the greatest gifts a carpenter gives himself. Once one rafter fits properly, it becomes the pattern for every remaining one. Rather than recalculating each board independently, the template is carefully aligned on fresh lumber, traced, verified periodically, and cut repeatedly. Repetition creates consistency. Consistency creates speed. Speed arrives as a consequence rather than a goal. By Friday afternoon, 28 rafters lay neatly stacked beneath a tarp. Each was marked north, south, location, crown. I had become almost embarrassingly fond of labeling things. The roof raising required more people than anything built so far. Daniel returned. Marcus returned. Wes brought 2 carpenters. Even Harold recruited his neighbor Carl, who had framed houses during the 1980s and possessed forearms that appeared capable of lifting the cabin without assistance. The ridge beam came first. Temporary supports were erected at each end and near the center. The beam itself had to remain straight while being lifted into position. Long structural members behave differently from short ones. Their own weight introduces deflection. Lift too quickly at one end and twisting begins. Lift unevenly and joints bind. Communicate poorly and someone gets hurt. The beam rose slowly. Each man carried only part of its weight. Commands became simple. Up, hold. North, 2 inches. Good. No speeches, no discussions. Construction at that moment resembled an orchestra more than management. Everyone knew his part. The beam settled into its supports. We checked alignment. Then level. The bubble rested exactly where it should. The rafters followed. One pair at a time. Each pair temporarily braced before the next. The first pair felt impossibly unstable. 2 narrow triangles leaning toward one another beneath a beam suspended above open air. Yet once connected by temporary bracing, the geometry changed. Triangles possess remarkable honesty. Unlike rectangles, they refuse to distort without changing the length of one side. That simple fact allows bridges, cranes, roof trusses, towers, and bicycle frames to carry astonishing loads. I had spent 32 years solving organizational problems. The triangle suggested many organizations would function better if they behaved more like structures. Every member should understand exactly where the load travels. Mid-afternoon brought wind, not violent, perhaps 25 kilometers per hour. Enough. A partially completed roof behaves much like the sail of a ship. Individual rafters offer little resistance. Rows of connected framing begin presenting surface area. We stopped. There is a strange courage found only among inexperienced people. Experienced builders rarely boast about ignoring weather. They have watched enough projects become disasters because someone believed another hour could be stolen from the forecast. We climbed down, made coffee, waited. The wind passed 45 minutes later. No progress had been lost, only impatience. Carl smiled while stirring sugar into his coffee. Weather always wins. I suppose experience teaches that. No, he said. Roof replacements teach that. By sunset, the complete skeleton of the roof stood above the cabin. For the first time, it looked finished from a distance, not completed, finished in shape. People driving along the range road slowed slightly before continuing. One truck actually stopped. A couple climbed out. They admired the view for several minutes before driving away. It occurred to me that strangers already imagined the finished cabin. Only I could still see every temporary brace, every crooked pencil mark, every place where I had changed my mind. The following week belonged to sheathing. Roof sheathing must be installed perpendicular to the rafters. Expansion gaps remain between sheets. Edges require proper support. Fastening schedules matter. Walking on partially fastened sheathing is a remarkably effective way of discovering gravity. Ladders alone no longer sufficed. Roof brackets were installed temporarily. Planks created narrow working platforms. Every climb required thought. Fall protection became routine. A safety harness is an odd thing psychologically. It does not make a roof feel safe. It reminds you that it isn't. The harness clipped into a lifeline, anchored according to manufacturer's instructions. The first time I leaned backward against the rope, every instinct objected. Trust arrives slowly. Even equipment must earn it. Working overhead exhausted muscles I had not known existed. My shoulders burned. My neck stiffened. The backs of my calves cramped while balancing on sloped surfaces. Construction photographs rarely capture fatigue accurately. They show accomplishment, not the accumulated cost. One afternoon, I found myself staring across the prairie from halfway up the roof. Cloud shadows drifted silently across miles of rolling grass. No highways, no office towers, no conference calls, only wind. A hawk circled above the distant hills. I realized nearly 20 minutes had passed without my touching a tool. In the office, that realization would have produced guilt. Here it produced gratitude. Margaret would have liked this sky. She had always preferred clouds to sunsets. Sunsets, she said, were too obviously beautiful. Clouds required attention. She believed the best landscapes were those that rewarded looking twice. I found myself looking 3 times. The steel roofing arrived on a Thursday. Long charcoal panels wrapped carefully against scratching. Each panel had to remain perfectly aligned because small errors multiply across long distances. The screws contained neoprene washers compressed just enough to seal without deforming. Over-tightening shortens their life. Under-tightening invites water. Another lesson in moderation. The first rainfall came 3 days later, not heavy, steady. I sat inside the unfinished cabin while drops struck steel above me. The sound surprised me. Not loud, not hollow, gentle, measured, each drop distinct. Water that previously would have soaked the floor now traveled predictably toward the eaves. For the first time since buying the land, I remained dry without depending upon a trailer, tarp, or tent. I made coffee on a camping stove sitting on bare plywood. Steam rose slowly into open rafters. Rain continued overhead. The cabin smelled of fresh pine, damp earth, steel, and sawdust. Nothing had been insulated. No windows existed. The doorway remained open to the weather. Yet something profound had changed. The building had become shelter, not complete shelter. Enough. I walked outside after the rain ended. Water dripped steadily from the roof edge. The walls remained dry. The floor remained dry. The notebook remained dry. Such a small sentence. Such an enormous achievement. I remembered board meetings where projects worth tens of millions of dollars had been approved after presentations lasting less than an hour. Here I had spent nearly 5 months simply reaching the point where rain landed somewhere else. Oddly enough, this accomplishment felt larger, perhaps because I understood every nail, every measurement, every mistake, every correction. The roof had not appeared because a budget existed. It existed because thousands of individual decisions had accumulated into protection. That evening I climbed once more onto the ridge above the cabin. From there, the steel roof reflected pale afternoon light beneath broad white clouds drifting across the Alberta sky. The prairie stretched almost endlessly toward the horizon. The cabin looked smaller than I expected, more humble, more honest. Not a monument, not an accomplishment, simply a place, exactly as it should be. Before locking the trailer for the drive home, I opened the notebook. The page remained perfectly dry despite the afternoon shower. I wrote, "A roof is built long before the first rain. Then beneath it, real confidence is not believing the storm won't come. It is knowing where the water will go when it does." The speed square was the fifth tool. The roof was the first promise the cabin made to weather. And as rain disappeared quietly into the prairie grasses below, I realized that building a home was slowly teaching me something no corporate success ever had. The purpose of strength is not to impress the world. It is to create a place where someone can finally stop worrying about the rain. A cabin without windows is a box. A cabin without a door is a puzzle. Together they determine far more than light and access. Every opening weakens a wall structurally while strengthening it emotionally. Every window interrupts insulation in exchange for a view. Every door sacrifices perfect airtightness so people may come and go. Building a weatherproof wall is comparatively straightforward. Building a wall that welcomes daylight, admits friends, resists wind-driven rain, remains secure against winter storms, and still opens smoothly after years of seasonal movement is considerably harder. Windows and doors are where structure begins negotiating with life. The primary tool for installing windows and doors is the 6-foot level. Not because the level performs the installation itself, but because almost every problem that appears months later can often be traced back to a moment when someone accepted close enough. A window that is only slightly out of level may refuse to lock during January. A door opening twisted by less than 1/4 of an inch may scrape every spring. Rainwater always notices what the eye is tempted to ignore. The windows arrived on a cool September morning. A flatbed truck pulled slowly onto the range road, carrying carefully wrapped units that represented nearly 6 months of saving after retirement. They were triple-pane, low-emissivity, argon-filled casement windows with fiberglass frames finished in dark bronze outside and warm pine inside. I had spent longer choosing windows than I had spent choosing my first car. People accustomed to suburban construction often think of windows primarily as decoration. Builders know better. Windows are among the most technically demanding components of any building envelope. They interrupt structural sheathing, insulation, vapor control, air barriers, and weather-resistant barriers simultaneously. They must tolerate expansion, contraction, ultraviolet exposure, gravity, wind pressure, and years of repeated operation while remaining almost perfectly waterproof. A roof sheds water downward. A window must persuade water to leave sideways before it reaches somewhere expensive. The delivery driver lowered the pallet with a forklift. "Sign here." I signed. He climbed back into the truck, then paused. "Building it yourself?" "Mostly." He looked toward the cabin. "That's either brave or stubborn. I'm still figuring out which." He smiled. They usually become the same thing. After the truck disappeared down the road, I removed the protective wrapping one piece at a time. There is a peculiar silence surrounding expensive objects. No one hurries. Nobody tosses anything. Every movement becomes deliberate because replacement would involve both embarrassment and several $1,000s. I leaned each window upright against padded supports inside the cabin. Never flat, never directly on concrete, never exposed to unnecessary sunlight before installation. The manufacturer's instructions recommended storing them vertically with adequate support to avoid frame distortion. I followed those instructions exactly. I had become increasingly respectful of people who wrote installation manuals. The first opening would be the large south-facing window overlooking the prairie. I had already lowered the rough opening by 4 inches back in Chapter 4 after discovering that the original sill would have hidden too much of the landscape while seated at the future kitchen table. Every morning since then, I had quietly congratulated myself for making the correction. The wall had not yet forgotten. Before any window entered an opening, the opening itself required preparation. This part fascinated me because almost none of it would ever be visible again. The rough framing was checked for square, then plumb, then level. The dimensions were measured in 3 places: top, middle, bottom, then diagonally corner to corner. If the opening differed excessively, correction came now, not after the expensive window occupied it. Mine differed by just under 1/8 of an inch. Acceptable. The sill then received a sloped support system directing any future water outward rather than inward. Self-adhering flashing membrane covered vulnerable corners. Each lower corner required carefully folded pieces to eliminate hidden pathways for water. The side jambs followed. The top remained untreated until later so overlapping layers could shed water correctly. Water management resembles roof shingles. Everything overlaps downward. Every layer covers the one below. Gravity must always remain your silent partner. I spent nearly 45 minutes preparing one opening. Installing the window itself required perhaps 8. The ratio seemed appropriate. Failures usually originate during preparation. Daniel arrived just as we lifted the first window. "You ready?" "No." "Good." Together we carried it carefully toward the opening. Windows appear surprisingly heavy because glass contributes weight while revealing none of its effort. We lifted from opposite sides, never by the operating sash, always by the frame. The window settled gently into the rough opening, not tightly. It should never fit tightly. Construction tolerances exist because buildings move. Wood swells, concrete shrinks, foundations settle microscopically, temperature changes dimensions every single day. The small perimeter gap allows adjustment, insulation, and long-term reliability. I inserted temporary shims beneath the sill. Shims are wonderfully humble pieces of construction. Thin wedges, usually cedar or composite, worth almost nothing individually, absolutely essential collectively. Properly placed shims transfer loads beneath the jambs while preserving level and preventing frame distortion. Improperly placed, shims twist the frame until windows refuse to operate despite appearing perfectly installed. The level came out. Bubble left. Adjust shim. Bubble right. Remove shim. Check again. Daniel watched patiently. "You know," he said, "most people would already have screwed it in. Most people aren't writing notes about every mistake." He laughed. "Fair enough." Once level, we checked plumb, then diagonal measurements inside the frame, then operation. The casement window opened smoothly, closed smoothly, locked perfectly. Only then did I install permanent fasteners through the manufacturer's designated locations. Never over-tightened. A screw tightened enthusiastically can distort the frame enough to create operational problems that remain invisible until winter. Again, moderation. Construction seemed increasingly interested in moderation. Enough force, enough insulation, enough ventilation, enough precision. Rarely maximum anything. The first completed window transformed the cabin. Not dramatically from outside, inside. The prairie appeared framed, no longer merely visible. Chosen. The rectangle concentrated attention. Clouds drifted across blue sky. Tall September grasses leaned gently beneath a west wind. Far beyond them, scattered shelter belts marked distant farmyards. The landscape had become part of the architecture. Margaret would have approved immediately. She always believed windows should frame something worth remembering. The remaining south windows progressed more quickly. Template, preparation, level, shim, fasten, flash, seal, repeat. Skill was arriving quietly again. Not confidence exactly, familiarity, a different thing entirely. The front door proved less cooperative. Exterior doors require perhaps the most unforgiving geometry in ordinary residential construction. The latch side, the hinge side, threshold. Reveal around all edges. Compression of weather stripping, swing, latch engagement. Everything depends upon alignment. The pre-hung door arrived already mounted within its jamb. In theory, installation simply involved placing the entire unit into the prepared opening. Reality preferred another approach. We lifted, inserted, shimmed, checked. The latch corner stood proud. Adjusted. Now the hinge side leaned inward. Adjusted. The top reveal narrowed. Adjusted again. Nearly 3 hours passed. The door still refused to latch properly. I felt old frustration returning. Office frustration. The feeling that effort should automatically produce progress. Harold wandered in around noon. Door giving you trouble? Apparently, it dislikes retirement. He examined the hinges, then the threshold, then looked at the framing. Finally, he asked one question. You tighten all the screws? Yes. Before checking operation? Yes. He nodded. Loosen them. Every screw. The frame relaxed almost imperceptibly. The door swung freely. Then we re-tightened each fastener gradually while continually checking operation. The latch clicked perfectly. Harold smiled. Wood likes conversations. I thought structures preferred certainty. They prefer patience. I wrote that sentence immediately after lunch. The next task involved sealing. Many people imagine expanding spray foam solves every problem. Used improperly, it creates several new ones. High expansion foam around windows and doors can bow frames enough to prevent operation. Only low expansion products specifically intended for fenestration should be used, and even then sparingly. Insulation fills the cavity. It should never become a hydraulic jack. I applied the foam carefully, short sections. Allow expansion, return later if necessary. Excess trimmed after curing. The air barrier then connected continuously around the opening. Every seam taped, every penetration inspected. Building science had gradually become one of my favorite subjects. Not because it was complicated, because it explained failures that older construction had often accepted as inevitable. Drafts, rot, condensation, ice dams. Many were not mysteries. They were conversations between heat, air, and moisture that previous generations had only partially understood. The cabin deserved better. The kitchen window went in during gentle rain. Light showers interrupted work throughout the afternoon. The roof kept us dry. The open doorway admitted cool, damp air carrying the smell of wet prairie grass. Raindrops struck the steel roofing above with their now familiar rhythm. I paused while installing flashing tape. Months earlier, that same rain would have stopped all meaningful progress. Now it merely altered the soundtrack. That realization pleased me more than finishing another window. Late that afternoon, Daniel asked whether I ever missed the office. The question surprised me. I miss some people. But not the work? I thought carefully. I miss solving difficult problems. He looked around the cabin. It seems like you're still doing that. Different problems. Worse? I considered the window opening before answering. No, better. He waited. They stay solved. He nodded quietly. Corporate work often resembles mowing grass. One solves today's crisis before tomorrow grows. Buildings remember solutions differently. A properly flashed window may continue directing rain correctly long after the person who installed it has disappeared. There was something deeply comforting about that. By the end of the week, every exterior window occupied its place. The cabin looked outward. The prairie looked inward. Only the rear service door remained. Smaller, simpler, no decorative glass, just insulation, security, and reliable function. Installing it took under an hour. Experience had shortened the work. Not because shortcuts had appeared, because uncertainty had diminished. The final adjustment involved weather stripping. Compression should remain firm without excessive force. Too loose invites drafts. Too tight shortens gasket life and makes operation unpleasant. Again, moderation. I closed every window, then every door. For the first time since purchasing the property, I stood inside a building fully enclosed from weather. Not finished, far from finished, but enclosed. Wind still whispered outside. Inside, it disappeared. The silence startled me. The cabin possessed a different acoustic personality now. Voices became softer, footsteps echoed less, even breathing sounded different. I walked slowly from room to room, bedroom, kitchen, future living room, bathroom. Loft ladder opening. Everywhere I turned, windows presented carefully selected pieces of Alberta: prairie, aspen, spruce, sky, clouds, distance. No window accidentally faced the neighboring property. None framed the road. Each had become a deliberate conversation with the land. As evening approached, I carried one folding chair into the living room. No furniture existed, no insulation, no drywall, no electricity, no wood stove, just one chair. I sat. The lowered south window framed golden prairie beneath broad white clouds exactly as I had imagined months before. Actually, better. Because imagination never includes the slight movement of grass, or distant hawks, or changing light across uneven hills. Margaret would have chosen this chair. She always selected the first place where guests naturally wanted to sit. I smiled despite myself. Perhaps I had finally learned something from all those years watching her arrange ordinary rooms into homes. A house becomes weatherproof before it becomes comfortable. A home becomes comfortable before it becomes finished. The distinction matters. Darkness arrived slowly. I closed the front door. The latch clicked softly, solidly, not loudly enough to impress anyone, exactly loudly enough to reassure me. I opened the notebook. The pages remained dry. The cabin remained quiet. Outside, the wind continued crossing the prairie exactly as it always had. Only now it passed around me instead of through me. I wrote, "A window is not installed to look through. It is installed to decide what deserves looking at every day. Then beneath it, a good door closes out weather without making the world feel farther away." The 6-foot level was the 6th tool. The windows and doors were the cabin's first conversation with the outside world. And sitting alone beneath an enormous Alberta sky, I finally understood that building had never been about shutting the wilderness out. It had always been about learning exactly how much of it to invite in. A stove is not only a source of heat, it is a controlled fire placed inside a wooden building and every part of its installation exists to prevent that simple fact from becoming a disaster. The appliance must be sized correctly for the space. The floor beneath it must resist heat and sparks. Nearby walls must be protected or kept at safe distances. The chimney must remain hot enough to draw smoke upward, insulated enough to prevent condensation, and separated far enough from combustible materials that years of ordinary use do not slowly turn wood into tinder. Fire is useful because it is dangerous in a predictable way. The predictability is what makes it possible to live beside. The primary tool for installing the stove is the plumb bob. A plumb bob is little more than a pointed weight suspended from a string. Gravity pulls the point directly beneath the place where the string is held. There are lasers that perform the same task more quickly and with less patience, but a plumb bob requires no batteries, no calibration, and no faith in electronics. When a chimney must pass through a ceiling and roof in one continuous vertical line, the plumb bob tells the truth from top to bottom. The stove arrived in late September. It was a compact cast-iron model, rated for the cabin's heated area, and certified for residential use. The firebox was smaller than those in the large black stoves I remembered from hunting lodges and rural workshops. At first I worried it would not be enough. Then I studied heat loss calculations, insulation values, air leakage, winter design temperatures, and the actual volume of the cabin. Oversizing a wood stove creates problems of its own. A stove that is too powerful is often operated with the air supply reduced so the room does not overheat. The fire then burns cooler and less completely. Smoke contains more unburned compounds. Flue temperatures fall. Creosote forms more readily. A smaller stove operated at a proper hot burn can be safer and more efficient than a large one smoldering all winter. This was another lesson in resisting the appearance of strength. The bigger machine was not necessarily the better one. The heaviest object in the cabin arrived strapped to a pallet in the back of Wes's truck. He had picked it up in town and driven slowly over the new road, avoiding the deeper ruts left by several days of rain. "Where do you want it?" he asked. I pointed toward the center of the living room. He looked through the open doorway. "That's not a place. That's a destination." The stove weighed nearly 400 pounds. The pallet jack would cross the gravel but not the threshold. We built a temporary ramp from doubled planks and moved the stove with a heavy appliance dolly. Straps held the load against the frame. The route was cleared in advance. No one placed a foot downhill from the wheels. We moved slowly, stopping before every transition. The stove reached the floor without drama. This felt like success. Much of competent work is the absence of a story. We placed it near the planned hearth and left it on the pallet while I confirmed clearances. The manufacturer's installation manual listed minimum distances from the stove body and connector pipe to combustible walls, furniture, and trim. These values could sometimes be reduced using tested wall shield assemblies with ventilated air spaces, but the reductions had to follow approved details exactly. A sheet of metal screwed directly to a wooden wall is not an effective heat shield. The air gap behind the non-combustible panel is what allows convective cooling. Cool air enters at the bottom, warms behind the shield, and rises out the top. The shield must remain open at the proper edges. Spacers must be non-combustible. Fasteners must not create unnecessary paths for heat into framing. The assembly works as a system. I had intended to place the stove close to the wall to save floor area. The clearances corrected that idea. The unit moved several inches farther into the room. At first it seemed intrusive, then I imagined winter boots drying nearby, a kettle on the top plate, and chairs angled toward the heat. The stove did not occupy the room. It organized it. The hearth came next. The floor protector had to extend the specified distance in front of the loading door and around the sides and rear. It needed sufficient ember protection and, depending on the appliance, thermal resistance. The stove manual distinguished between the two. Ember protection prevents hot coals from reaching combustible flooring. Thermal protection reduces the transfer of sustained heat. Some appliances require only one, others require both. Assuming they are the same can produce a hearth that looks substantial but performs poorly. I built the hearth from approved non-combustible materials over the subfloor. Its layers provided the required protection, and the top surface was finished with dark slate tile. I had not laid tile before. This made the hearth dangerous to my schedule rather than to the cabin. Tile work begins long before mortar. The substrate must be flat, clean, stable, and suitable for the chosen system. The layout must be planned so narrow, awkward cuts do not collect along one edge. Tile dimensions include grout joints. Natural stone varies in thickness. Dry laying the pattern reveals problems, while correction is still easy. I ignored this last rule. Not entirely. I placed several tiles to judge the appearance, then decided the rectangular hearth was simple enough to continue. The first row went down in thin-set mortar. I used a notched trowel to spread the mortar and comb it into even ridges. The tile backs were pressed and shifted slightly perpendicular to those ridges to collapse them and improve coverage. Spacers controlled the joints. By the third row, I discovered the slate varied enough in size that the joint lines were drifting. The difference was small, perhaps 1/16 of an inch per tile. Across the width, it became visible. I tried correcting the next row by narrowing the joints. The result looked worse. A minor inconsistency became a wave. I sat on the floor and stared at it. The mortar had not yet set. The tiles could still be removed. I knew this. I also knew removing them would mean scraping mortar, cleaning stone, remixing material, and beginning again. The old temptation returned. It was functional. It would support the stove. A rug would cover part of it. No one else might notice. Then I remembered the window. Correct what will trouble you every day. I lifted the tiles. The work came apart faster than it had gone together. This fact felt both discouraging and merciful. I cleaned the slate, scraped the substrate, and drew complete control lines before starting again the following morning. I sorted the tiles by size and thickness. I used a straight edge to keep the joint pattern aligned. The second hearth was not flawless, but it was deliberate. When the mortar cured, I applied grout. Grout fills the joints but does not hold the tile down. It must be packed fully, cleaned in stages, and allowed to firm before final polishing. Too much water during cleanup can weaken color and consistency. Waiting too long allows haze to harden on the surface. I waited too long. By evening, a pale film covered the slate. I scrubbed it with a dry cloth. Little changed. I used the recommended cleaner carefully, testing a small area first. The haze came away gradually, revealing the dark, uneven surface beneath. Another rule entered the notebook. Finishing work has its own schedule. It cannot be rushed, but it also cannot be ignored. The chimney installation was the part I respected most. A chimney is an engine driven by temperature difference. Hot exhaust gases inside the flue are less dense than colder outdoor air. They rise, creating draft that pulls combustion air into the stove and carries smoke upward. The taller and straighter the chimney, the more reliable the draft tends to be, though excessive height and poor sizing can create other issues. Interior chimneys generally perform better than exterior ones because more of the flue remains warm. Bends add resistance. Horizontal runs reduce performance. A chimney that exits near the roof peak often requires less exposed height and experiences better surrounding airflow. The planned chimney would rise vertically from the stove, pass through the loft edge, continue through the insulated roof assembly, and terminate above the ridge according to clearance rules. No offsets, no exterior chase. Simple. That simplicity depended upon making one correct hole. I placed the stove in its exact final position and assembled a short section of black connector pipe on the flue collar. The connector pipe would carry exhaust from the stove to the listed insulated chimney system at the ceiling support. It was not suitable for passing through walls, ceilings, or concealed spaces. The transition had to occur using components tested for that purpose. I climbed the ladder and held the plumb bob string at the underside of the roof. The pointed weight hung above the center of the stove collar. It did not align. The planned opening was nearly 3 inches east. 3 inches should have been a small amount. In a chimney installation, it was the difference between clear passage and a roof rafter. I checked the stove position. Correct. I checked the floor plan. Correct. I checked my earlier framing notes. The roof opening had been planned before the final stove clearances moved the appliance farther from the wall. I had preserved one decision and changed the other. The line between them no longer existed. Harold arrived while I was holding the bob. "Found oil?" he asked. "The chimney hits a rafter." "Then don't put it there." "The stove is in the correct position." "Then move the rafter." I looked upward. "Can I do that?" "You can do anything if you carry the load around it." The roof framing could not simply be cut. Any interrupted rafter required properly designed headers and doubled adjacent members to redirect the load. The change had to follow structural requirements. I contacted the engineer who had reviewed the roof design, sent photographs and dimensions, and received an approved detail for framing the chimney opening. The correction took an entire day. Roof sheathing came off around the area. One rafter was cut only after temporary support was installed. Headers were added between doubled rafters. The opening was framed to maintain the required clearance from the insulated chimney. The roof underlayment was repaired in layers. The steel roofing panel had to be carefully removed and later reinstalled. Every step cost time because I had failed to coordinate 2 drawings. The chimney opening reminded me of corporate projects in which separate teams each completed their assigned work correctly while the final system failed where responsibilities met. The roof plan was right. The stove plan was right. The building was wrong between them. Integration, I wrote, is where individually correct decisions meet reality. Once the framed opening was ready, I cut through the roof. This was the first time I intentionally made the cabin less weatherproof. The saw blade entered the sheathing. Daylight appeared. For months, I had struggled to keep water outside. Now I had created a hole large enough for rain to enter freely. The work had to be completed before weather changed. The ceiling support box was installed according to the chimney manufacturer's instructions, maintaining clearances from framing. Sections of listed insulated chimney pipe locked together above it. The roof flashing fitted over the pipe and under the upper roofing layers, so water would flow across rather than beneath it. Upslope material overlapped the flashing. Downslope flashing overlapped the roofing. A storm collar encircled the chimney above the flashing cone and was sealed at its upper edge. The final cap prevented rain, debris, and animals from entering while allowing exhaust to escape. Every component had a direction. Every seam had a reason. Marcus helped with the roof work. He had worked around chimneys on electrical installations and moved with more confidence at height than I did. We wore harnesses and remained connected to the lifeline. The prairie wind stayed light. The sky remained clear. The roof opening was sealed before evening. I stood below and looked upward through the support box. The chimney descended in a straight silver line. The plumb bob hung through its center. Gravity and construction had finally agreed. The wall shield followed. I built a ventilated non-combustible assembly using the approved spacers and panel material. The lower edge remained open for air entry. The top allowed heated air to leave. The shield extended beyond the required dimensions around the stove and connector pipe. I painted it a dull charcoal. The finish was plain. A cabin stove should look as though it has always belonged in the room, even before the first fire. We lowered the stove from the pallet using steel pipes as rollers and a pry bar for controlled movement. The pipes allowed the heavy appliance to travel across the hearth a few inches at a time. As one roller emerged from the rear, it was moved to the front. It was an ancient method. It worked perfectly. The stove settled into position. I checked the clearances, then checked again. The connector pipe was assembled with the crimped ends oriented correctly so any condensation or creosote remained within the pipe rather than leaking from the joints. The seams faced away from view where possible. Each joint received the required fasteners. The pipe rose vertically into the chimney adapter. The installation looked simple because all the complicated parts were hidden in decisions. Before lighting any fire, the system required inspection. The inspector checked the stove certification, clearances, hearth dimensions, wall protection, connector pipe, chimney components, support, roof penetration, height above roof, and clearances from nearby materials. He looked through the manual, then at my measurements, then at the installation. "You did this yourself?" "With help?" He nodded. "Clean work." I waited. He completed the approval. Only then did I bring firewood inside. Dry firewood is measured by moisture content, not by how old or gray it appears. Properly seasoned wood generally burns hotter, produces more usable heat, and creates less smoke and creosote than wet wood. The wood should be split and stacked where air can move through it, protected from rain above but not sealed along the sides. Moisture must leave. I had purchased several cords of seasoned birch and tamarack from a farmer north of town because the land had not yet produced its own supply. The birch lit easily. The tamarack burned hot. Both had been split small enough for the compact firebox. I used a moisture meter to test random pieces. Some were ready, some were not. Even firewood sellers, I learned, used the word seasoned with flexibility. The first fire was small. Very small. New stoves require controlled initial burns to cure paint and allow materials to adjust gradually to heat. The manual specified a sequence. I followed it. I opened the air control fully, placed 2 dry splits on the firebox floor, added kindling in a loose arrangement, set a fire starter beneath, then lit it. The flame caught slowly. Kindling darkened, smoked briefly, and began to burn. The first draft was weak because the chimney was cold. I held the door slightly open as directed, increasing airflow until the flue warmed and the draft strengthened. Then I closed it. The fire changed. Flames leaned inward toward the rear. Smoke disappeared upward. The stove began ticking softly as the cast iron expanded. I watched every joint. No smoke leakage. No unusual odor beyond curing paint. The stovetop thermometer rose gradually. Too cool a burn would create dirty combustion. Too hot could damage the appliance. The useful range lay between. Moderation again. The cabin warmed slowly. Not because the fire was large. Because the building had begun to hold what the stove produced. The insulation had not yet been installed, but the windows and doors were sealed. The shell reduced wind. The roof trapped rising warmth. The room temperature climbed several degrees. I stood near the hearth with my hands extended. The heat felt different from a furnace vent. It was not blown. It radiated. The stove warmed objects and bodies directly. The warmth gathered in the slate and walls. It had weight. Harold sat in the folding chair by the south window. "Needs a kettle," he said. "I haven't finished curing the stove." "Still needs one." Daniel arrived the following evening carrying a black enamel kettle. He placed it on the stovetop. "Harold called me," he said. Of course he did. We built the second curing fire together, slightly larger. The kettle began to murmur. Outside, the temperature fell near freezing. Frost silvered the prairie grass after sunset. Inside, the stove made small metallic sounds as it heated. Daniel sat at the future table location. I sat across from him. Between us stood no table, only 2 folding chairs and a cardboard box holding mugs. We drank coffee beneath exposed rafters. For the first time, the cabin felt not merely enclosed but inhabited. Fire changes a room. Before the fire, the cabin had resisted weather. After the fire, it offered something in return. I found myself thinking about Margaret's final winter. The hospital rooms had always been too warm. Machines hummed. Air came from ceiling vents at a temperature decided elsewhere. She had asked me once to open the window. It would not open. She laughed. Imagine building a window that only lets you look outside. At the time, I had laughed with her. Years later, installing operable windows became an act of correction neither of us had known I would make. The stove was another kind of correction. Heat produced locally, visible fire, a machine simple enough to understand. Wood entered, air entered, warmth remained. Ash was removed, no hidden network, no distant control room, no dependency beyond the chimney, the forest, and my willingness to keep working. The first real cold came at the end of September. A north wind moved across the prairie beneath a low gray sky. The temperature dropped through the afternoon. Small grains of snow appeared among the rain. I was alone. I built a proper fire, kindling, 2 small splits, then larger wood once the flue warmed. I watched the thermometer, adjusted the air. The flames became slower and brighter. Secondary combustion appeared near the top of the firebox, pale jets of flame consuming gases that might otherwise have escaped as smoke. Outside, wet snow struck the windows. Inside, the stove radiated steady heat. I sat on the slate hearth with my back against a chair. The cabin was still unfinished. Insulation bundles filled one wall. Electrical cable lay coiled in boxes. There was no plumbing, no interior finish, no proper bed, but the room was warm. Warm by my work, warm because the roof held, the walls stood, the windows sealed, the chimney drew. The stove burned. Every previous chapter had become part of this moment. The road brought the stove, the foundation carried it, the floor supported it, the walls protected it, the roof directed the chimney, the windows held back wind. Nothing stood alone, nothing ever had. I opened the notebook and wrote beside the fire. A stove does not create safety by containing fire. It creates safety by giving fire a path. Then beneath it, heat is only useful when the building has learned how to keep it. The plumb bob was the 7th tool. The stove was the cabin's first source of warmth, and as the first snow dissolved against the dark glass of the south window, I understood that shelter was more than a place where weather could not reach me. Shelter was a place where winter arrived outside, and a man had done enough work to notice the difference. Insulation does not make heat. It slows loss. This distinction matters because men often confuse production with preservation. A larger stove can produce more heat. A thicker wall can help keep it. A powerful furnace may compensate for poor construction, but compensation is not efficiency. A building that leaks warmth into the winter sky is not being heated so much as continuously forgiven. Insulation is the work of making forgiveness less necessary. The primary tool for insulating a cabin is the utility knife. It is small, inexpensive, and easy to misuse. Its blade should always be sharp because a dull blade requires pressure, and pressure turns controlled cuts into accidents. It should be drawn away from the body. Fingers should never rest beneath material being cut. The blade should extend only as far as required. When a cut becomes ragged, the solution is not greater force but a new blade. The utility knife does not look like a transformative tool, yet with it, soft material becomes fitted structure. The cabin changed with every piece. By early October, the prairie had lost nearly all of its green. The grasses lay pale beneath cold wind. Frost remained in the shadows until noon. The road hardened overnight and softened again during warm afternoons. Snow began appearing in the forecast, not as a surprise, but as an approaching season. I had reached the stage where delay had consequences. The cabin could survive winter unfinished. I was less certain that I wanted to. Insulation materials had been stacked inside for 2 weeks beneath plastic sheeting. mineral wool bats for the walls, higher density bats for certain framing cavities, rigid insulation for targeted thermal breaks, air sealing tapes, acoustic sealant, canned foam approved for gaps, polyethylene sheeting for the interior vapor control layer where required by the design, gaskets for electrical boxes, protective equipment. The piles looked light. The work was not. Insulation is often described as easy because the material itself weighs little. This is misleading. The difficulty lies in continuity. A wall cavity that is almost fully insulated may perform far worse than expected if the material is compressed, torn, folded, or separated by gaps. Warmth finds weak places, air finds openings, moisture follows air. A building envelope is only as dependable as the neglected edges around its pipes, wires, corners, windows, doors, plates, and framing transitions. The broad center of a wall is rarely the problem. Failure prefers boundaries. Before installing a single bat, I walked the cabin with a pencil and notebook. Every cavity was inspected. I checked blocking, electrical penetrations, future plumbing routes, nail points protruding through sheathing, gaps between doubled studs, openings around headers, the joint between the bottom plate and subfloor, the top plates beneath the roof framing, places where wall sheathing met floor framing, places where one material ended and another began. I had not yet installed the complete electrical and plumbing systems, but the rough pathways were established. This required restraint. Insulating too early would mean removing work later. Waiting too long would leave the cabin exposed to colder weather. Sequencing had become one of the central problems of construction. Every trade wants a clear path. Every finished layer hides the one beneath. The right work at the wrong time becomes another kind of mistake. Marcus handled much of the electrical rough-in with me assisting under the permit and inspection requirements. He had refused payment beyond fuel and meals, though I insisted on purchasing the materials at cost and covering every required fee. He ran cable through bored holes centered in studs where possible, protected wires with steel plates wherever fasteners might later reach them, and left neatly labeled coils at boxes. This aligned with something the land had already taught me. Memory is not a construction system. I photographed every open wall. Measurements from fixed corners were written directly on the framing. The future location of each buried cable, block, pipe, and connection was recorded. One day, interior finishes would hide the entire skeleton. The photographs would become an X-ray of the cabin. The first task was air sealing. Insulation slows conductive heat flow. Air sealing controls heat and moisture carried by moving air. The two work together but are not interchangeable. A thick bat placed in a cavity where wind can pass through will not perform as intended. Air moving through or around insulation carries heat with it. In cold climates, warm interior air can also transport moisture into wall or roof assemblies. When that moisture reaches a cold surface, it may condense. Repeated over seasons, the result can be frost, mold, rot, and loss of insulation performance. The building needed a continuous air control layer. Continuous was the difficult word. The cabin had hundreds of joints and penetrations. I sealed the connection between the subfloor and bottom plates according to the assembly design. Gaps around rough openings were addressed. Sheathing seams received compatible tape where part of the exterior air control system. Larger voids were filled with fitted material and sealant rather than an enthusiastic quantity of foam. Foam is useful. It is also tempting. A can of expanding foam gives a man the sensation that every irregular space can be solved instantly. The foam swells, hardens, and appears decisive. Yet excessive application can distort frames, hide poor preparation, block drainage, and produce bulging masses that must later be cut away. The correct amount is often less than the hand wants to apply. The first wall I insulated was the north wall. It contained fewer openings and would allow me to establish a method before reaching the more complicated south wall. The mineral wool bats were sized for the stud spacing and wall depth. Unlike fiberglass, the material was relatively dense and held its shape when cut accurately. It resisted fire, did not absorb water readily, and fitted friction tight between studs. It also produced dust and fibers that made bare skin unpleasant. I wore gloves, long sleeves, eye protection, and a proper respirator. Safety equipment had stopped feeling optional months earlier. The first bat was too wide. I had assumed the framing cavity matched its nominal spacing. The studs had shifted slightly during construction, narrowing the opening by perhaps 3/8 of an inch. I forced the bat into place. It bowed outward. The edges curled. The face became uneven. From a distance, it looked insulated. Up close, it was compressed and poorly fitted. Insulation works by trapping still air within its structure. Compressing it excessively reduces thickness and can lower performance. Leaving gaps also lowers performance. The correct fit is full and firm without being crushed. I removed the bat, placed it on a sheet of plywood, measured the cavity at top, middle, and bottom, then cut the insulation slightly wider than the narrowest dimension so it would friction fit without buckling. The utility knife traveled along a straight edge through the material, one pass, then another where required. The cut edge remained square. The bat slid into the cavity. I tucked the sides gently against the studs. No gaps, no bulge, no force. A good fit feels almost uneventful. The second cavity contained an electrical wire. The insulation could not simply be pushed behind or in front of it, because either choice would create compression or a void. I split the bat to the depth of the cable and fitted one portion behind and one in front, allowing the insulation to surround the wire without distortion. Electrical boxes required careful cuts. The bat was held against the cavity, the box location marked. The opening cut slightly smaller than the box, so the material fitted tightly around it. Loose fibers were trimmed, no voids left behind. This took several minutes for each box. By noon, I had insulated perhaps 8 feet of wall. I looked at the remaining cabin. The work suddenly appeared endless. Harold arrived carrying a sack of apples from a neighbor's tree. "You insulating or studying it?" he asked. "Both." He pressed one bat with his hand. "Looks good." "It's slow." "So is winter." "That doesn't help." It wasn't meant to. He ate an apple while watching me fit the next piece. When I finished, he pointed toward the wall. "Now, do that again." This became the rhythm. Measure, cut, fit, inspect, repeat. Insulation does not reward imagination. It rewards consistency. By the end of the day, the north wall had changed color and texture. Pale brown bats filled the cavities between framing. The wall no longer looked skeletal. It had gained depth. I stood near it after sunset. The outside temperature had fallen below freezing. The wall did not radiate the same cold as the uninsulated east side. The difference was subtle. My hand felt it before my mind trusted it. Heat loss can be calculated, but the body also understands it through proximity. A cold wall pulls warmth from skin. A well-insulated wall becomes quieter. The second day went faster, not because the walls became easier, because I stopped renegotiating the method. I cut 2 bats at once where cavities matched. I sharpened measurements by marking them directly on a scrapboard used as a cutting guide. I stored offcuts by size rather than throwing them into one pile. Narrow pieces served beside windows, short pieces filled beneath sills, thin strips fitted behind partition intersections. Waste decreased. Organization increased speed more effectively than urgency ever had. The south wall slowed me again. Headers created smaller cavities. Window framing produced narrow channels. Corners contained built-up studs that left hidden pockets. These areas required custom pieces. A common framing corner can trap an inaccessible void if insulation is not considered early. I had used an energy-conscious corner detail that allowed interior access to most cavities, but several narrow spaces still required long-fitted strips. I used a thin wooden guide to push insulation gently into place. Not packed, placed. The distinction mattered. At one window, I found an unsealed gap beneath the sill framing. Cold air moved through it. Barely. I held the back of my hand near the joint and felt a faint thread of wind. The gap was less than 1/8 of an inch wide. It extended perhaps 2 feet. On a drawing, it would have been invisible. During winter, it would have operated every hour. I sealed it, then checked every other window. 3 showed similar leaks. All were corrected before insulation hid them. This was the danger of completion. Every new layer created pressure to keep moving. Yet the final chance to inspect the previous layer arrived only once. I wrote in the notebook, before covering work, assume it contains one more mistake. The roof assembly required greater care. Warm air rises because heated air is generally less dense, though air movement within buildings is influenced by pressure, leakage paths, wind, mechanical systems, and temperature differences. In winter, the ceiling and upper portions of the building are often under greater outward pressure. Air leaks near the roof can therefore transport significant heat and moisture into cold assemblies. The roof had been designed as a vented assembly. Insulation would fill the intended space while leaving an uninterrupted ventilation channel from soffit to ridge where specified. Baffles maintained that path above the insulation. Exterior air entering low at the eaves could travel upward and exit near the ridge, helping remove moisture and keep the roof deck colder during winter. Blocking the channel would defeat the system. Leaving gaps beneath the insulation would create cold spots. The work took place overhead. This transformed soft bats into instruments of irritation. Mineral wool dust fell onto my shoulders and mask. My neck hurt from looking upward. My arms weakened from holding material above my head while fitting it between rafters. The first bat dropped twice. The third time, I cut it slightly wider. It stayed. I used support strapping where needed until the interior control layers could be installed. Each bat had to meet its neighbor without a gap. Sections around collar ties and blocking required careful splitting and fitting. By afternoon, my shoulders burned. I climbed down and rested beside the stove. The fire was small but steady. Some of the roof above remained insulated. Some did not. Standing beneath the completed section, I could feel the difference. The stove's warmth lingered. Under the unfinished section, it seemed to disappear. The cabin had become an experiment divided down the middle. Daniel arrived that weekend. He entered, removed his coat, and stopped. "It's warm." "The stove is on." "No, different warm." He was right. Earlier fires had heated the air near the stove while colder surfaces pulled warmth away. Now the room temperature felt more even. The fire burned less aggressively. The cabin stopped demanding constant replacement of what it lost. We insulated the loft together. Daniel cut. I fitted. Then we exchanged roles. His first pieces were too tight. He cut them exactly to the cavity dimension. When placed, the edges left slight gaps because the rafters were not perfectly parallel. "Give it a little extra," I said. "How much?" "Depends on the cavity." He looked at me. "You sound like Harold." "I'm sorry." "No, you're not." He recut the piece. It fitted. We worked without much conversation. The repetition made speech unnecessary. At lunch, we sat beside the stove eating soup from enamel bowls. The cabin held warmth despite the front door opening several times. The change was measurable in the thermometer and obvious in the amount of firewood consumed. Daniel looked at the insulated walls. "It seems smaller." I thought the same. The open stud cavities had visually extended the room into the wall depth. Filling them brought the true interior surface closer. Once the vapor control layer, service cavity, and finish were added, the room would narrow again. Buildings are largest before completion. Lives may be too. I asked how work was going. He told me the project he had described earlier had finally begun. Management chose a platform, then replaced the manager responsible for the choice. The new manager ordered another review. "What did you do?" I asked. "Found the first part that had to carry weight?" I looked at him. "And?" "We built it." "Did anyone approve that?" "Eventually." He smiled. I felt something between pride and concern. Advice is pleasant until another person uses it. Then it becomes responsibility. The wall insulation took nearly 2 weeks. The cabin grew quieter each day. Outside wind became a lower sound. Rain on the roof softened. The stove required less wood. Even the smell changed. Raw lumber remained, but the mineral scent of insulation joined it. Then came the vapor control layer. In a cold climate, interior humidity can move toward colder parts of an assembly through air leakage and vapor diffusion. The most important moisture transport mechanism is often air movement, which is why the layer had to serve as an effective air barrier as well as vapor control according to the chosen design. The sheets were large, transparent, and difficult to handle alone. They clung through static, caught on nails, folded unexpectedly. A wall that took days to insulate could be covered in minutes, but only if every seam, edge, penetration, and connection remained continuous. I began in the bedroom. The sheet was stapled temporarily with minimal fasteners at planned locations. Seams overlapped and were sealed with compatible tape. The perimeter received acoustic sealant before the sheet was pressed into it, creating a flexible seal against framing. Acoustic sealant is black, sticky, and determined to spread beyond its intended purpose. It does not cure hard. This allows it to remain flexible as the building moves. It also ensures that anything touching it will carry part of it elsewhere. Within an hour, it appeared on my gloves, sleeve, ladder, utility knife, and once, inexplicably, the back of my neck. Harold found this entertaining. "You finally look like you work here," he said. "I have worked here for months." "You looked like management." The transparent layer covered the insulation, but allowed the framing to remain visible. The cabin began to resemble something wrapped for storage. Every electrical box required a sealed gasket or carefully detailed connection. Wires penetrating the barrier needed sealant or approved accessories. Plumbing penetrations would receive similar treatment. The top and bottom edges had to connect continuously with adjacent control layers. A hole smaller than a coin could permit significant air movement under pressure. I became suspicious of every staple, every corner, every fold. Perfection was impossible. Continuity was not. The two ideas had finally separated in my mind. I did not need a flawless building. I needed one in which each system performed its function, and every known weakness had been addressed deliberately. The blower door test came before interior finishes. A technician installed a temporary fan in the front doorway. The equipment depressurized the cabin, allowing air leakage to be measured and located. Pressure differences exaggerated small leaks. Smoke pencils and hands could identify drafts around joints and penetrations. I had prepared for the test as though it were an audit. The fan began. The cabin pressure changed. Air entered through weaknesses. The technician moved slowly around the perimeter. A small leak appeared near one electrical box, another along the rear door threshold, a more noticeable one at the loft-to-wall transition. Each was marked. None was catastrophic. All were repairable. The test result was good for a small owner-built cabin. Not extraordinary. Good. The word satisfied me. We sealed the identified leaks and repeated the test. The number improved. I considered continuing. The technician shook his head. "You've reached the point where ventilation matters more than another decimal. An airtight cabin needs deliberate fresh air management. This appears contradictory only if one assumes that random leakage is ventilation. It is not. Uncontrolled leaks occur at unknown rates in unknown places and under changing weather conditions. They can carry moisture into assemblies and create uncomfortable drafts. Controlled ventilation introduces fresh air where intended and exhausts stale, humid air where needed. The cabin would use a small, balanced, heat recovery ventilator sized for the space. Warm outgoing air would transfer much of its heat to incoming fresh air without mixing the two streams. I had once imagined remote homesteads as simple because they lacked systems. The better ones were simple because their systems were understandable. There is a difference. The first major snowstorm arrived in mid-October. Wind pushed dry snow across the prairie and against the cabin walls. The sky disappeared into moving white. The range road remained passable but uncertain. I stayed overnight. The stove burned steadily. The ventilator had not yet been commissioned, so I opened a window briefly at intervals and monitored interior humidity. The thermometer near the table read 21 degrees Celsius. Outside, the temperature fell below -10. The fire was modest. The south wall remained warm to the touch. No draft moved around the windows. The roof held. The cabin held. I sat in the chair near the table and listened to winter spend itself against the exterior. Months earlier, weather had dictated every action. Rain stopped work. Wind delayed framing. Cold shortened days. Mud denied access. Now the storm had become something observed through glass. That was not victory over the land. The land had not changed. I had learned to prepare a small interior where its rules could be negotiated. The snow continued into darkness. I turned off the lantern and watched the stove through its glass door. Flames moved slowly around the wood. Heat entered the room. Insulation delayed its departure. This seemed a small mechanism. It was also civilization in miniature. Gather energy. Use it carefully. Preserve what can be preserved. Waste less. Prepare for scarcity before scarcity arrives. I thought about my career again. Our companies had celebrated revenue growth with greater enthusiasm than cost avoidance. New sales were visible. Waste reduction was quiet. Expansion earned announcements. Preservation rarely did. Yet here, in the unfinished cabin, the cheapest piece of firewood was the one I did not need to burn. The heat I kept required no additional cutting, hauling, splitting, stacking, drying, lighting, or cleaning. Efficiency was labor saved in the future. A man building alone should respect anything that reduces future labor. The storm passed before morning. The prairie lay white beneath a blue sky. Snow had gathered against the north wall and curled over the road edges. The cabin stood dark and solid on the ridge. Inside, the fire had burned low. The thermometer still showed comfortable warmth. I added one split and watched it catch. Then I opened the notebook. Insulation is invisible work that protects visible life. Below that I wrote, "The easiest resource to gather is the one you have learned not to lose." The utility knife was the 8th tool. The insulation was the cabin's first defense against waste. And as winter sunlight spread across the floor through the south windows, I understood that competence was not only the ability to produce what I needed, it was the discipline to keep what had already been earned. A water system has two responsibilities that oppose one another. It must bring clean water into a building and carry dirty water away without allowing the two to meet. Everything between those tasks is pressure, gravity, temperature, and restraint. Water must arrive in sufficient quantity but not with enough force to damage valves and fixtures. Waste must descend freely, but air must enter the drainage system so traps are not emptied by suction. Supply pipes must remain warm enough not to freeze, while waste lines must slope enough to drain without moving so quickly that liquid leaves solids behind. Water is necessary because it moves. It is dangerous for the same reason. The primary tool for installing the water system is the pipe wrench. A pipe wrench is designed for round metal pipe. Its serrated jaws tighten as pressure is applied, biting into the surface so threaded joints can be turned. It is not a general-purpose wrench and should not be used on finished fittings, plastic pipe, or anything whose surface matters. Two are often required, one to turn the fitting and one to hold the adjoining pipe so torque is not transferred into hidden joints. A pipe wrench applies force with such authority that a man can mistake movement for correctness. Threads can be damaged. Fittings can crack. Connections already installed behind a wall can be loosened without showing it. The wrench is useful because it multiplies strength. It is dangerous because it also multiplies ignorance. By the final week of October, winter had stopped visiting and begun settling in. Snow remained in shaded parts of the ridge. The top layer of soil froze each night and softened only where afternoon sun reached it. The creek narrowed beneath rims of ice. The road still carried the truck, but the ditches had hardened into white channels, and every morning I walked them looking for places where frozen water might redirect spring runoff months later. The cabin was enclosed, insulated, and warm. It was not yet independent. I carried water from town in 20-liter containers. One sat on the kitchen counter with a small hand pump. Another remained near the stove so it would not freeze. Wastewater collected in a basin and was carried outside. I used the trailer toilet and showered at Harold's house when he tolerated the intrusion. This arrangement had been acceptable during construction because inconvenience could be called temporary. A building becomes a home when temporary arrangements begin to feel dishonest. The cabin needed a well. I had delayed the decision because water beneath land is both ordinary and uncertain. A man may own the surface, pay taxes upon it, fence it, clear it, and build upon it, yet still know almost nothing about the layers below. Water may lie 30 feet down or 300. It may be clear, mineral-rich, iron-stained, sulfurous, saline, abundant, or insufficient. The neighboring property may have an excellent well while another half-kilometer away produces almost nothing. Geological maps and nearby drilling records improve the odds. They do not make promises. Before hiring a driller, I collected every record I could find. The provincial database showed wells in the surrounding area. Most were between 40 and 80 meters deep. Several noted clay over sand and gravel. One encountered bedrock. Static water levels varied considerably. Yields ranged from barely adequate to more water than the cabin would ever require. I entered the information into a spreadsheet. Well depth, yield, date drilled, distance from my property, lithology, water quality notes. This was the kind of problem my former self understood. Data points, comparisons, probability. Harold looked at the printed table. "Where are you drilling?" he asked. "I'm still evaluating." He pointed toward the north side of the cabin. "Drill there." "Why?" "Truck can reach it. It's uphill from the septic field. Short run to the mechanical room." "What about the aquifer?" He folded the paper. "It'll either be there or it won't." I unfolded it. "That isn't analysis." "No, that's drilling." The well location had to respect required setbacks from sources of contamination, including the future septic system, property boundaries, drainage areas, fuel storage, and other hazards. It needed year-round access for service. Surface water had to drain away from the casing. The line entering the cabin needed protection from frost. After confirming the regulatory requirements and consulting the driller, we chose a site northwest of the cabin, high enough to remain dry and close enough to minimize trenching. The drilling rig arrived before dawn on a clear morning. It was larger than I expected. Most useful rural equipment is. The truck climbed the road slowly, diesel exhaust hanging blue in the cold air. Hydraulic outriggers lowered against timber pads. The mast rose above the spruce. Steel drill rods lay stacked along the frame. The driller was a woman named Rebecca Muir, perhaps 45, compact and quiet, with the permanent squint of someone who had spent years looking into weather. She reviewed the site. "Access is good," she said. This compliment pleased me more than it should have. The road had become invisible infrastructure. Every truck that reached the ridge justified the first chapter again. Rebecca asked what depth I expected. The neighboring wells average around 60 meters. That isn't what I asked. I suppose I don't know. Good answer. The drill began. The rig turned slowly at first. Cuttings and drilling fluid rose from the borehole. Rebecca examined the material as each layer emerged. Clay, more clay, a band of coarse sand, gravel, then clay again. Every few meters she recorded the formation. The process was loud, repetitive, and strangely intimate. The machine was reading the land in a language of broken stone and soil. At 30 meters, we encountered damp sand. At 42, a small water-bearing layer. Rebecca tested the yield. Not enough, she said. How much? Enough to disappoint you. We continued. At 58 meters, the formation changed to coarse gravel mixed with rounded stone. Water rose more strongly. Rebecca watched the discharge. Better. How much better? She gave me an estimate. It exceeded the cabin's likely demand by a comfortable margin. I felt immediate relief. Then she said, "We'll know more after development." A newly drilled well contains fine sediment and disturbed material. Development removes those particles and improves the flow of water from the formation into the well. The driller surges, pumps, or airlifts water until it clears and the yield stabilizes. A well that appears productive during drilling can perform differently after completion. Another that initially looks poor may improve. Nothing beneath the land was willing to become certain early. The final drilled depth was 64 meters. Steel casing protected the upper portion and was sealed to prevent surface contamination from traveling downward along the outside. A sanitary cap closed the top. The casing extended above grade, and the ground around it would later be shaped to shed water away. Rebecca installed a submersible pump deep in the well. The pump would push water upward rather than trying to lift it from the surface. This distinction matters because atmospheric pressure limits practical suction lift. Deep wells require pumps below the water level. The pump cable and polyethylene water line rose inside the casing. A pitless adapter provided a sealed connection through the side of the casing below frost depth, allowing the buried line to travel horizontally toward the cabin while the wellhead remained accessible above ground. I had assumed pitless meant there was no pit. This was correct. I had not understood why the old method used one. Traditional well pits allowed plumbing connections below frost depth, but pits could admit contaminated surface water and create hazardous confined spaces. The pitless adapter solved the freeze problem without opening the well system to the ground above. Rebecca showed me the internal fitting. "Don't lose the lifting tool," she said. "What lifting tool?" "The one that lets you release the adapter if the pump ever has to come out." "Where should I keep it?" "Somewhere you'll remember in 15 years. This seemed impossible. I labeled the tool, photographed it, recorded its location, and stored it on 2 separate lists. Memory is not a water system either. The waterline trench ran from the well to the cabin's mechanical area. It had to remain below the local frost depth or be protected by an approved alternative where depth could not be maintained. The trench bottom needed to be reasonably smooth and free of sharp stones that might damage the pipe. Changes in direction were gradual rather than sharply kinked. Warning tape would be placed above the line before backfilling. The excavator returned. So did the shovel. There are machines that remove most of the soil. There is always a shovel that removes the rest. Near the cabin, the trench crossed one of the drainage paths I had established in spring. The convenient route for the pipe conflicted with the necessary route for surface water. I considered placing the line shallow for the final several meters and adding rigid insulation above it. The contractor said it could be done. The approved details allowed it under certain conditions. The route would be shorter, the excavation easier. Everything about it appealed to the man who wanted the project finished. Harold stood at the edge of the trench. Water line goes there? That's the plan. Snow blows off the north side. I know. Ground freezes deeper where it's cleared. I know. You'll drive over it? Occasionally. He nodded. Sounds good. I looked at him. You don't think it sounds good? I didn't say that. You did, in the way you say things you don't mean. Then you're learning. We rerouted the trench another 6 meters so the line could remain properly buried without compromising drainage or passing beneath the area where vehicles would turn. The added work took half a day. A frozen water line might have taken a week in January. The trench entered the cabin through a sealed sleeve in the foundation enclosure. The pipe continued into the mechanical area, where it connected to a pressure tank and control system. A pressure tank stores water under pressure, so the well pump does not start every time a tap opens. Inside the tank, an air chamber is separated from the water by a bladder or diaphragm. As the pump fills the tank, the air compresses. When a fixture opens, compressed air pushes water into the system until pressure falls to the switch's cut-in setting. The pump then starts and runs until the cutout pressure is reached. Without adequate storage, the pump cycles frequently. Short cycling wastes energy and shortens motor life. The tank does not create pressure, it stores pressure created by the pump. I installed a tank sized for the pump capacity and expected household use. The pressure switch, gauge, drain valve, relief provisions, and shutoff were arranged so the system could be serviced without dismantling the room. I wanted every major component visible, accessible, labeled. The most beautifully installed valve is useless if drywall hides it when water is spraying into the wall. The cabin supply plumbing used cross-linked polyethylene tubing for most domestic lines. PEX tolerates some freezing better than rigid pipe, requires fewer fittings, and can be routed through framing with gradual bends. It still must be protected from physical damage, ultraviolet light, excessive heat, and freezing. It is flexible, not invincible. I chose a manifold system. A central distribution manifold in the mechanical area supplied individual lines to fixtures. Each branch could be shut off separately. Fewer concealed fittings reduced potential leak points. The disadvantage was additional tubing, but the cabin was small enough that the runs remained reasonable. Red tubing served hot water. Blue served cold. This color coding was convenient but not a substitute for labels. Every line received a tag: kitchen sink hot, kitchen sink cold, shower, lavatory, toilet, exterior hydrant, future washing machine. I installed the exterior hydrant, even though no washing machine existed, because some mistakes are made by failing to prepare for obvious future work. The hydrant itself was a frost-free model, with the shutoff mechanism located inside the heated space. When closed, the exterior section drained. This required the pipe to slope correctly and the hose to be removed in freezing weather. A hose left connected can trap water and defeat the entire design. Every frost-proof product comes with a condition. The condition is usually that the owner use it properly. The pipe wrench entered during the metal connections around the pressure tank, valves, gauge assembly, and water heater. Threaded pipe joints require preparation. Male threads are cleaned and inspected. Suitable thread sealant or tape is applied in the correct direction so tightening does not unwind it. Fittings are threaded by hand first to avoid cross-threading. One wrench holds the stationary component. The second turns the fitting. The first joint I assembled leaked. Not dramatically. One drop every 20 seconds. Enough. It was a threaded connection beneath the pressure gauge. I had used tape, tightened the fitting firmly, and believed the work complete. When the pump pressurized the system, a bright bead of water formed at the lowest thread. I wiped it. Another appeared. I tightened the fitting slightly. The drip slowed, then returned. I tightened again. The brass fitting gave a faint sound, not a crack, a warning. I stopped. More force was no longer correction. It was escalation. I depressurized the system, removed the fitting, and inspected the threads. The tape had bunched at the end because I had started wrapping too close to the first thread and had applied it unevenly. I cleaned everything, re-wrapped the threads correctly, applied compatible sealant as recommended, threaded the fitting by hand until seated, then tightened with 2 wrenches supporting the adjoining assembly. The joint held. Harold had been watching from the doorway. "Could have tightened it more," he said, "and cracked it. Then you'd know it was tight." Water testing makes a man suspicious. Every joint that appears dry may still be considering its options. I brought the system to pressure and left it for an hour. The gauge remained steady. I ran a dry paper towel around each threaded connection. Paper reveals moisture sooner than a finger. Every joint stayed clean. Then I left it overnight. In the morning, one compression fitting beneath the kitchen sink showed a faint damp line. I rebuilt it. The system held. The cabin had water under pressure. I opened the kitchen tap. Air came first. The line coughed. Then water struck the stainless steel sink with enough force to surprise me. It ran cloudy for several seconds from entrained air and remaining sediment, then cleared. I placed my hand beneath it. Cold water from 64 meters beneath the ridge. The act was ordinary. The path was not. Rain and snow had entered the earth somewhere beyond my knowledge. Water had moved through layers of soil and gravel, perhaps for years, perhaps decades. A machine beneath the land had lifted it. Pressure carried it through buried pipe, through the tank, through the manifold, through the branch line, and finally through a brass faucet into my hand. I had purchased faucets my entire life. I had never understood one. The water required testing before being treated as potable. Samples went to an accredited laboratory for bacterial and chemical analysis. The results showed no bacterial contamination, but the water contained elevated iron and moderate hardness. The iron was not a health concern at the measured level, but it could stain fixtures, discolor laundry, create metallic taste, and support iron bacteria under certain conditions. Hardness came primarily from dissolved calcium and magnesium. It was not generally harmful and could even be desirable in drinking water, but it formed scale in heating equipment and reduced soap performance. Water quality determines treatment. Treatment should not be purchased merely because equipment exists. I had already received proposals for systems involving sediment filters, ultraviolet disinfection, softening, iron removal, reverse osmosis, and enough control valves to make the mechanical room resemble a small refinery. The laboratory results and a water treatment specialist helped narrow the actual needs. A sediment filter protected downstream equipment. An iron removal system addressed staining and taste. A softener was installed primarily to protect the water heater and fixtures, though I retained an unsoftened line for drinking water because I preferred the mineral taste. Ultraviolet treatment was considered but not required by the test result and well construction. I still left space and electrical capacity for future installation if monitoring suggested it. Good design included what was necessary. Better design left room for what might become necessary. The water heater was a high-efficiency propane unit chosen for the cabin's modest demand. I had considered an on-demand model, attracted by the idea of heating water only when required. But flow rates, propane supply, cold inlet temperatures, venting, maintenance, and future service all mattered. The chosen storage heater was simpler, familiar to local technicians, and capable of providing hot water even when multiple low-flow fixtures operated. Remote living alters the definition of efficiency. A machine with slightly better laboratory performance may be less economical if no one nearby can repair it. The drainage system was less visible and more exacting. Supply pipes can travel in many directions because pressure moves the water. Drainage depends mainly on gravity. Gravity requires slope. Too little slope allows waste to remain. Too much slope can allow water to outrun solids in certain pipe sizes and conditions. The approved plumbing plan specified the required pipe diameters, venting, cleanouts, trap arms, and slopes. For the horizontal drainage runs, I established a continuous fall toward the building exit. A common slope for smaller drains is approximately 1/4 inch per foot, though requirements vary with pipe size and code. I used the level, measuring tape, and carefully cut supports to maintain the fall. Every trap needed a vent connection within the permitted distance. A plumbing trap retains water in a curved section of pipe. That water blocks sewer gases from entering the room. When water drains rapidly, pressure changes can siphon the trap empty unless air enters through the vent system. The vent equalizes pressure and carries gases safely above the roof. Before learning plumbing, I had thought roof vents released smell. In reality, they preserve water. The drainage pipes passed through the framed floor openings I had planned months earlier. Some fit precisely. One did not. The toilet drain landed 2 inches too close to a floor joist. I checked the drawing, then the framing photograph. The joist was where it belonged. The plumbing dimension was correct on the final plan. The opening in the subfloor had been cut from an earlier version. Another individually correct decision had collided with an obsolete one. Moving the toilet was impractical because the bathroom dimensions were already tight. Cutting the joist without engineering was unacceptable. The approved solution required header framing around a relocated opening, similar in principle to the chimney correction. I removed a section of subfloor, added temporary support, installed the required doubled members and hangers, created the new opening, patched the abandoned one. The bathroom floor became stronger and uglier beneath the surface. I wrote, "Old drawings remain dangerous after new decisions are made." Then, remove obsolete instructions before they become construction. The cabin's wastewater would discharge to a permitted septic system installed downslope and away from the well according to required setbacks and site evaluation. The soil had been assessed before final design. The system included a septic tank and an approved dispersal field sized for expected occupancy and soil conditions. A septic tank does not make waste disappear. It separates and begins treatment. Solids settle to the bottom as sludge. Lighter material floats as scum. Anaerobic processes partially break down organic matter. Liquid effluent leaves the tank and enters the dispersal system, where soil provides further treatment. The tank must be pumped periodically. Harsh chemicals, excessive water, grease, wipes, and unsuitable materials can damage the process or clog the system. A rural septic system is a living piece of infrastructure. Its success depends partly on what the people inside the house refuse to send into it. The installation required machinery and certified work beyond what I intended to perform myself. I watched the excavation, bedding, tank placement, pipe connections, and field construction. I asked questions. I took photographs. I recorded elevations and access locations. The contractor finally said, "You know you don't have to remember every rock we move." "I know." "You're going to anyway." "Yes." The septic tank lid remained accessible for service. The field area was protected from vehicle traffic and future construction. Roof drainage and surface runoff were directed away. Deep-rooted trees would not be planted nearby. Most rural systems fail slowly. The homeowner often contributes one small mistake at a time. Drive over the field, plant a willow, ignore a leaking toilet, delay pumping, allow surface water to saturate the area. Use the system as though it were a municipal sewer. Maintenance begins with respecting limits that are invisible from inside the house. The final plumbing inspection took place in early November. The drainage system had been tested before concealment. Supply lines were pressurized. Fixtures were checked. Cleanouts remained accessible. Venting, supports, penetrations, and protection plates were inspected. The inspector flushed the toilet, turned on the shower, ran the kitchen tap, listened, looked beneath each fixture, then signed the approval. The cabin had running water. More importantly, It had water that knew where to go after being used. The first shower was less satisfying than expected. The shower enclosure was temporary, the bathroom walls unfinished, and the water temperature fluctuated while air cleared from the lines. I had installed a low-flow showerhead intended to reduce water and energy consumption. Its spray felt efficient in the administrative sense. Then the temperature stabilized, steam rose. Hot water ran over my shoulders. I stood there longer than necessary. For months, every liter had been carried, heated in a kettle, poured into a basin, and carried away again. Water had possessed weight because I had felt it in my hands. Running water concealed that labor. A faucet could release more in 10 minutes than I had once used during an entire evening. Convenience creates amnesia. I turned the water off. The silence that followed felt responsible. I dried myself beside the stove and thought about every city office where I'd opened a tap without considering the reservoir, treatment plant, pumps, mains, valves, operators, laboratories, sewers, and rivers behind the gesture. Civilization is most successful when its complexity disappears. That success also makes neglect easy. At the cabin, complexity remained close enough to hear. The pressure switch clicked. The pump started deep beneath the ground. Water entered the tank. The pump stopped. The system rested. That night, the temperature fell below -20. The first real cold. I woke at 3 a.m. because the cabin was too quiet. The stove had burned low. The room remained warm. I added wood, checked the thermometer, and returned to bed. Then I heard the pump start. It ran for several seconds and stopped. No tap was open. I sat upright. A well pump should not cycle without demand. Possible causes included a leaking fixture, pressure loss, a failed check valve, a damaged pressure tank, or a leak somewhere in the system. I waited. 10 minutes later, the pump started again. I turned on the lights, checked the toilet. The fill valve was quiet. Checked every faucet. Dry. Checked the mechanical room. The pressure gauge was falling slowly. I closed the main valve supplying the cabin interior. The pressure continued falling. The leak was between the well and the main shutoff, or within the pressure assembly. Cold tightened around my stomach. The buried line had been tested. The fittings were dry. The system had passed inspection. None of this stopped the pressure from dropping. I shut off power to the pump. The cabin remained warm, but the water system was now dead. At daylight, I called Rebecca. She arrived with a pressure testing kit and began isolating components. We checked the tank. The precharge was correct. We inspected the visible fittings. No moisture. Then she listened near the line entering the cabin. Turn the pump on. I did. The system pressurized. A faint hiss came from beneath the insulated sleeve where the water line entered through the foundation enclosure. We removed the access panel. The fitting inside was dry. Rebecca touched the pipe. Could be outside. The excavator was unavailable. The ground was frozen. We dug by hand. The shovel blade struck frost like weak concrete. We used a digging bar to break the surface. Beneath the frozen layer, the soil remained workable. 2 hours later, we exposed the pipe. Water darkened the soil around a coupling. The connection had pulled slightly apart. The polyethylene line contracted in the severe cold. The coupling itself was approved and properly installed, but the pipe had not been given enough allowance for thermal movement near the entry, and backfill settlement had placed additional stress on the joint. It had held during testing, held through autumn, held until winter demanded more. We shut down and drained the line. The damaged section was removed. A longer protected transition with proper support and strain relief was installed. The trench bedding was corrected. The pipe was repositioned so movement would not concentrate at the coupling. The repair was complete by mid-afternoon. My hands were numb, despite insulated gloves. My back ached. The cabin had gone most of the day without water, though the stored containers covered essential needs. Rebecca stood beside the open trench. Good thing you heard the pump. What if I hadn't? It would have kept cycling, could have burned out, could have washed out more soil. I looked at the repaired line. I thought the system was finished. It was. Then it failed. Finished things fail too. This answer irritated me because it was true. Completion did not eliminate responsibility. A water system required inspection, maintenance, testing, and attention. Filters would need changing. The tank pressure checked. The well sampled. The septic tank pumped. Valves exercised. Fixtures monitored. Winter vulnerabilities remembered. The cabin had become more capable. It had also become more dependent upon me. That evening I reopened the main valve, turned on the pump. Pressure rose, the system held. I checked after 10 minutes, then 30, then an hour. The needle remained still. I opened the kitchen tap and let cold water run over my hands. The ordinary sound returned. Water into sink. Water through trap, water down drain. Water toward the tank and soil. Every movement had a path. That was the real achievement. Not possession of water, direction. Without direction, water flooded, froze, contaminated, eroded, backed up, and disappeared into places where it could do harm. With direction, it became washing, cooking, drinking, sanitation, and comfort. I filled the black kettle and placed it on the stove. As the water heated, I sat at the unfinished table, now made from a sheet of plywood resting on sawhorses. Outside, the prairie lay white and hard beneath the winter sky. The well casing stood northwest of the cabin, small and plain, revealing nothing of the 64 meters beneath it. I thought again of my life in business. For years, I had believed resources were the central problem. Capital, labor, information, time. The water system suggested resources matter less than pathways. Money without direction becomes waste. Information without direction becomes noise. Authority without direction becomes interference. Water without direction becomes damage. A man cannot always control what enters his life. He can build better paths for what passes through. I opened the notebook. The pipe wrench lay on the floor beside me, its jaws still marked from the repaired connection. I wrote, "Water is never still merely because it appears contained." Then, "Every useful system depends upon a clear path in and an honest path out." The pipe wrench was the 9th tool. The water system was the cabin's first circulation. And as the kettle began to murmur upon the stove, I understood that self-reliance was not the ability to live without systems. It was the willingness to understand the systems upon which my life depended, to maintain them before they failed, and to know where to begin digging when they did. A table appears simple because its purpose is obvious. It must provide a flat surface at a useful height and remain steady when weight is placed upon it. Yet these modest requirements expose nearly every weakness in workmanship. A roof may conceal a crooked cut beneath flashing. A wall may hide imperfect framing behind insulation and finish. A table stands in the center of a room where hands touch it, plates rest upon it, chairs scrape around it, and morning light reveals every joint. It must resist racking when pushed from the side. Its top must remain reasonably flat while expanding and contracting across the grain. Its legs must bear evenly upon an imperfect floor. It should be strong enough to survive daily use without becoming so heavy that no one can move it. A good table does not call attention to its construction. It simply remains where it was built and accepts whatever life places upon it. The primary tool for building the table is the hand plane. A hand plane removes wood in thin controlled shavings. Its iron must be sharp, its sole flat enough for the work, and its depth adjusted so the blade cuts rather than tears. The mouth opening, cap iron, grain direction, and moisture content of the wood all influence the result. A dull plane forces the user to push harder. A blade set too deeply produces chatter and torn grain. Planing against rising grain can lift fibers below the intended surface. The tool succeeds not through strength, but through sharpness, angle, and attention. It is one of the few tools whose sound tells a man almost immediately whether he understands what he is doing. By the middle of November, the cabin had acquired nearly every system required for survival and very little required for beauty. The plumbing worked, the stove heated, the windows sealed, the well held pressure, the insulation retained warmth. Electrical rough-in had been inspected, and Marcus returned to install the panel, outlets, switches, and simple fixtures. Most of the cabin used efficient LED lighting, but I placed one warmer pendant over the future dining table because practical illumination and pleasant illumination are not always identical. The mechanical room looked almost complete. The rest of the cabin looked as though completion had been discussed but not approved. Transparent vapor control material covered the walls. Electrical boxes protruded through sealed gaskets. Plumbing lines disappeared into unfinished partitions. The floor remained plywood. The kitchen consisted of a sink mounted in a temporary frame beside two sawhorses supporting a countertop offcut. My dishes occupied plastic bins. Clothing hung from nails driven into framing. The folding chair near the south window had become the only proper piece of furniture in the building. I had lived comfortably with these arrangements while work remained urgent. Winter changed the standard. The cabin no longer needed to become safe before a storm. It needed to become a place where a man could live after the storm had passed. Interior finish begins with decisions that appear decorative, but often determine durability, repairability, and indoor comfort. Walls can be finished with gypsum board, wood boards, plywood panels, plaster, or countless combinations. Each material responds differently to moisture, movement, impact, fire, and future alteration. Gypsum board offers fire resistance, smooth surfaces, and affordability. Wood provides warmth and tolerates minor movement but can darken a small room if used everywhere. Plywood allows easy fastening and repair, but reveals its utilitarian character unless carefully detailed. I chose painted gypsum board for most walls and tongue and groove pine for the ceiling, and selected accent areas. The decision was not adventurous. That pleased me. A cabin does not become more honest by making every surface rustic. Sometimes the best wall is the one that reflects light and can be patched. Before drywall, I installed a service cavity using horizontal strapping over the interior control layer. This created space for selected electrical runs and reduced the number of penetrations through the airtight layer. It also provided a consistent fastening surface for interior finish. The strapping had to remain level and securely fastened into framing. Electrical boxes required extensions to match the future finish surface. Window and door openings needed careful planning, so jamb extensions, trim, and interior finish would meet cleanly. Drywall sheets are heavy in a way that feels personal. A standard panel is awkward enough on the ground. Above shoulder height, it seems to gain intention. For the ceiling, I rented a drywall lift. The machine supported each sheet and raised it into position while I adjusted alignment and installed screws. Without it, I would have required several people or a level of confidence no responsible man should possess while holding a large sheet above his head. Sheets were installed perpendicular to framing where appropriate, with edges supported and joints staggered to reduce continuous seams. Screws had to dimple the paper surface without tearing through it. A screw driven too shallow interferes with finishing. One driven too deeply loses holding strength because the paper face is part of the fastening system. The first sheet received 12 screws. 3 were proud. 2 tore the paper. I removed and reset them. By the 4th sheet, the screw gun depth setting was correct, and my hand had learned the necessary pressure. Interior finishing repeated the lesson of every previous stage. The tool remained the same. The material remained the same. Only the man changed through repetition. Drywall finishing looked easy when performed by someone experienced. This was suspicious. Joint compound covered seams, fasteners, and corner bead. Paper tape reinforced joints. The first coat embedded the tape. Subsequent coats widened and feathered the transition, so the joint disappeared gradually rather than forming a visible ridge. Each coat required drying, light sanding or scraping, and careful attention to edges. I applied too much compound. This is how beginners attempt smoothness. We mistake quantity for control. The first joint stood proud of the wall like a low white hill. I added more compound to widen it. The hill became a landscape. Wes arrived while I was sanding. White dust covered my hair, shoulders, boots, and every horizontal surface in the room. He ran his hand across the joint. "You building the wall out to meet this?" "I'm learning." "You're making excellent progress in the production of dust." He showed me how to load the knife more lightly, apply pressure to one edge, and allow the blade to feather the compound rather than merely spread it. The hand moved smoothly. The knife angle changed almost invisibly. Excess compound returned to the pan. His finished pass looked thinner than mine. It was also flatter. "You don't fill the whole wall," he said. "You convinced the eye there was never a joint." This sounded deceptive. It was actually precision. The next seam improved, then the next. By the bedroom, my work became acceptable. By the living room, it became nearly good. The earliest wall remained the worst. The building preserved the order in which I learned. I considered sanding the first wall again until it matched the others. Instead, I left one slightly imperfect seam inside the mechanical room. Not as a monument to failure, as evidence. A man should be allowed one place where improvement remains visible. Primer transformed the cabin more than any stage since the windows. The walls became continuous. Framing disappeared, insulation disappeared, wires disappeared. Months of work vanished behind white surfaces. This was both satisfying and unsettling. The finished cabin would show less of my labor than the unfinished one. People would see rooms. I would remember systems. The ceiling boards came next. Tongue and groove boards join along their edges, so the tongue of one piece enters the groove of the next. They should be acclimated to the building before installation because moisture content affects width. Wood installed too wet may shrink and reveal gaps. Installed very dry, it may expand and buckle when indoor humidity rises. The boards rested inside for nearly 2 weeks. I stacked them with spacers so air could circulate. A moisture meter helped confirm they had stabilized near the cabin's interior conditions. Every board was inspected. Cupped pieces were set aside for shorter cuts. Boards with attractive grain were reserved for prominent locations. The first board determined the alignment of everyone after it. It had to be straight, not merely parallel to a wall that might itself vary. I established a reference line and installed the board with the grooved edge toward the wall, leaving an expansion space that would later be concealed by trim. Fasteners were driven through the tongue at an angle where the next board would hide them. The second board resisted. The tongue entered halfway and stopped. I struck the edge with a hammer. The pine dented. I had forgotten the tapping block. A tapping block transfers impact without damaging the finished edge. I cut one from an offcut containing the same tongue and groove profile, fitted it against the board, and tapped gently. The joint closed. The damaged section of the first board remained visible. I replaced it. There are mistakes that can become character. There are also dents directly above the kitchen table that will annoy a man every morning. Wisdom includes knowing the difference. The ceiling took 6 days. Working overhead slowed everything. Each chimney, light box, and partition required measured cuts. The final board in each section had to be ripped lengthwise, fitted into the remaining space, and lifted without damaging adjacent surfaces. The pine changed the sound of the room. Hard surfaces reflect. Wood softens. Rain upon the steel roof became lower and warmer after insulation, and interior finish enclosed the assembly. The cabin no longer sounded like construction. It sounded like itself. The floor was installed after the messiest wall and ceiling work ended. I chose wide plank engineered wood flooring suitable for the conditions and subfloor. Solid wood had appealed to me, but engineered flooring offered greater dimensional stability with seasonal humidity changes and worked better with the chosen assembly. The subfloor had to be clean, flat, and dry. Flat does not mean level. A floor may slope slightly and still accept finish if the surface remains within the product's flatness tolerance. High points were sanded. Low areas received approved patching compound. Moisture readings were recorded. Expansion gaps remained around the perimeter and fixed obstructions. The first rows required exact alignment. A narrow error there would carry across the entire room. I snapped a reference line and dry-laid several courses to avoid ending with an impractically narrow final row. This time, I planned the whole pattern before installing the first piece. The hearth mistake had not been wasted. The boards clicked or fitted together according to the system, with joints staggered and end pieces reused to begin later rows where lengths allowed. Waist remained low. Knee pads became the most important equipment, despite not being the chapter's tool. At 57, the body keeps excellent records. Every hour spent kneeling was entered immediately. The finished floor turned the cabin from a work site into a room. Boots sounded different. Dust no longer disappeared into plywood grain. Light from the south windows traveled across long boards and revealed subtle variation in color. I removed my boots before walking upon it. Harold did not. He entered carrying an armload of firewood, leaving melting snow across the new surface. I looked down. He looked down. "Floor wet?" he asked. "Yes." "Good thing it's in a house." I wiped the water with a cloth. He was right. A floor that could not tolerate boots, snow, chairs, spills, and ordinary life would have been an exhibit. I had not built an exhibit. The kitchen cabinets were the final major interior system. Cabinets appear to be furniture, but behave partly like buildings. They must be level, plumb, square, anchored, and coordinated with walls, floors, appliances, plumbing, and electrical systems. Base cabinets support countertops. Wall cabinets carry loads above head height. Doors and drawers reveal small alignment errors immediately. I considered purchasing factory-made cabinets. The cost was reasonable compared with the time required to build them. The quality would be consistent. Installation would be faster. For 3 evenings, I nearly placed the order. Then I looked at the stack of local birch boards I had purchased months earlier from a small sawmill. The boards were rough, uneven, beautiful. The table began with those boards. The cabinets could wait. I needed one finished object at the center of the cabin before I disappeared into another system. I wanted a table large enough for 6 people, though I lived alone. This was not efficient. It was hopeful. The design was simple. A rectangular top made from several joined birch boards, 4 tapered legs, aprons connecting the legs beneath the top, mortise and tenon joints at the base, wooden buttons securing the top while allowing seasonal movement. No metal brackets visible, no decorative carving, no attempt to disguise what it was. I built the table in the cabin because the workshop did not yet exist. 2 sawhorses supported a temporary bench. The floor was protected with heavy paper. The stove maintained steady warmth. Snow stood deep outside the north wall. The first task was preparing the rough lumber. Wood should be dried to a moisture content appropriate for its final environment before furniture is built. A board that changes moisture content after assembly changes dimension. Along its length, movement is relatively small. Across the grain, it can be substantial. Wide tabletops must be attached in ways that allow this movement, or the wood may split, cup, or force joints apart. The birch measured within an acceptable range after weeks inside the cabin. I selected boards for grain, color, and stability. Each board contained a slight bow, twist, cup, or combination. Rough lumber is not defective because it is imperfect. It becomes usable by establishing references. One face must be made flat, one edge made straight and square to that face. Only then can the opposite face and edge be brought parallel. A jointer and planer would have performed much of this work quickly. I rented access to both at a local community workshop and learned their safe operation under supervision. The jointer flattened one face and straightened one edge. The planer reduced the opposite face parallel to the first. Machines brought the boards close. The hand plane finished what mattered. I clamped the first board to the bench. The plane iron had been sharpened on stones until it could remove a fine shaving without force. I adjusted it lightly. The first pass produced dust and broken fibers. Wrong grain direction. I turned the board. The second pass produced a continuous curled shaving. The sound changed from scraping to a low whisper. The surface brightened. This was the most satisfying operation of the entire year. Not because it was important, because it was immediate. Push, listen, observe, adjust. No waiting for concrete, no hidden fasteners, no inspection. The wood answered within seconds. A shaving lifted from the mouth of the plane, thin enough for light to pass through. I held it between my fingers. Harold entered without knocking. He had stopped knocking months earlier because a cabin built with his help apparently belonged partly to him. "What's that?" he asked. "A shaving. Looks expensive." "It came from the table." "Then put it back." I showed him the board. He ran his hand along the surface. "Smooth. I'm flattening the faces." "Thought the machine did that." "Mostly." He nodded toward the plane. "And that does the rest?" "If I use it correctly." He looked at me. That must be frustrating. The tabletop boards were arranged for appearance and stability. Alternating growth ring orientation is sometimes recommended to reduce the visual effect of cupping, though board quality, grain, moisture, width, and milling matter more than a simple alternating pattern. I arranged them primarily by how they naturally rested and how the grain flowed from one into the next. Each edge had to meet its neighbor without a gap. I jointed them carefully, then dry clamped the entire top. A slight opening remained near the center, perhaps 1/32 of an inch, small enough to close under clamp pressure, large enough to create tension in the assembly. I could have tightened the clamps harder. The boards would have met. The glue might have held. The stress would have remained. The pipe wrench had already taught me where more force leads. I released the clamps and replaned the mating edges. A joint should close because the surfaces belong together, not because steel has threatened them. The second dry fit showed an even seam. I marked every board in sequence, prepared the clamps, placed cauls above and below to keep the top aligned, applied glue evenly, then assembled without delay. Wood glue requires enough pressure to bring surfaces into full contact, but excessive clamp force can squeeze out too much adhesive, bow the panel, or mask poor joinery. I tightened each clamp gradually, moving from one to another so pressure remained balanced. Glue appeared along the seams in a thin, continuous line. Enough. The panel cured overnight. In the morning, I removed the clamps. The tabletop had become one object. It was not flat. The boards had shifted slightly despite the cauls, leaving small ridges along two seams. The plane returned. I worked diagonally across the high areas, checking with winding sticks in a straight edge, then planed with the grain to refine the surface. The work was slow. Every shaving reduced the ridge. Every careless pass could create a hollow. Flattening a tabletop by hand requires more than making one area smooth. Smoothness is local. Flatness is relational. The entire surface must agree with itself. I thought about people I had managed who performed individual tasks beautifully while the larger project wandered. A polished department can still belong to a crooked company. The table base used mortise and tenon joints. A tenon is a shaped projection at the end of the apron. It fits into a corresponding rectangular mortise cut into the leg. The joint provides long grain glue surfaces and mechanical resistance to racking. Proper shoulders help keep the assembly square. I marked every joint from common reference faces. Measurements alone can accumulate error. Direct transfer reduces it. The mortises were cut using a drill and chisels, removing most waste first, and then refining the walls. The tenons were cut slightly oversized and fitted gradually. My first tenon entered halfway and stopped. I pared one cheek. It entered farther. I pared again. The joint became loose. This transition occurred with alarming speed. A tight joint can be adjusted. A loose one requires repair. I had removed perhaps the thickness of paper too much. The tenon still held but lacked the firmness I wanted. I considered using additional glue. Glue does not fill a poorly fitted structural joint well. I considered placing the weak joint at the rear where no one would know. I would know. Instead, I glued a thin matching veneer to the tenon cheek, allowed it to cure, and fitted the joint again. The repair disappeared after trimming. The joint seated firmly. Mistakes in woodworking differ from mistakes in concrete. Wood often permits repair if a man is willing to stop before making the hole larger. The remaining joints improved. I learned to test frequently, remove less, fit again. Patience measured in thousandths of an inch. The legs tapered on two inner faces, giving the table a lighter appearance while preserving strength at the joints. I cut the tapers with a jig and refined them with the plane. The first leg looked elegant. The second matched. The third developed tear out where the grain reversed near the bottom. I sharpened the blade, reduced the cut, approached from the opposite direction. The damaged area became smaller but remained visible. I could shorten all four legs. I could hide the flaw on an inside face. I could remake one leg. The board for a replacement stood nearby. I remade it. Not every defect deserves correction. A split or torn place at the bottom of a table leg would spend decades collecting dirt and attention. The base was dry assembled without glue. Diagonal measurements confirmed square. The floor beneath it was not perfectly flat, causing one leg to rock slightly. I moved the base to another location. The rock disappeared. The floor, not the base, was responsible. Furniture must be judged against a reliable reference, not whichever surface happens to support it. I placed the base upon a flat assembly platform and checked again. Square, steady, ready. During final glue-up, the clamps pulled the joints home. I checked diagonals repeatedly before the adhesive set. One dimension differed by 1/8 of an inch. I adjusted clamp pressure diagonally. The numbers matched. Then I left it alone. Knowing when to stop adjusting was becoming the final skill. The tabletop was attached using wooden buttons fitted into grooves along the aprons. The buttons held the top down while sliding slightly as the wood expanded and contracted across its width. Screwing the top rigidly across the grain could restrain movement and eventually split the wood. The attachment remained invisible. Its flexibility was the source of strength. The finished table was sanded progressively, though I avoided sanding so heavily that every trace of the plane disappeared. The surface retained slight variations visible in angled light. I eased the edges by hand. Sharp corners looked precise. They are unpleasant to live with. The finish was a durable oil and wax system suitable for dining surfaces. Thin coats penetrated the wood and emphasized the birch grain. Each coat required time to absorb and cure. Excess finish had to be removed rather than left sticky on the surface. Oil-soaked rags were handled and disposed of safely because they can generate heat through oxidation and ignite if piled together. The danger seemed unreasonable. A cloth soaked in finish appeared harmless. Yet spontaneous combustion is not theatrical. Heat accumulates within a crumpled pile where air is present but cannot carry warmth away. Rags must be spread flat to dry outdoors in a safe location, submerged in water in a sealed metal container where appropriate, or handled according to product instructions and local requirements. The cabin had taught me that hazards often hide inside familiar materials. Firewood, dust, water, ladders, rags. Competence consists partly of refusing to be bored by warnings, The tabletop darkened slightly under the oil. Grain appeared in long, quiet bands, knots, mineral streaks, and variations that had looked like flaws in rough lumber became the reason the surface was beautiful. I applied the final coat in early December. The table stood near the south window beneath the pendant light. I had built it for 6 people. It looked enormous in the small cabin. For several minutes, I thought I had made a mistake. Then Harold arrived with Carl. Daniel came later. Marcus brought Wes. Rebecca stopped by after checking another well nearby. The table filled, 6 people. Exactly. Harold placed a cast-iron pot in the center. Daniel brought bread. Wes produced a bottle of rye whiskey. Marcus set down a bag of groceries and began searching for a corkscrew despite the bottle having a screw cap. Rebecca sat near the window and looked across the snow-covered prairie. "Good location," she said. I laughed. "What?" "Nothing. It took me a year to decide that." I cooked stew on the propane range and warmed bread near the stove. The kitchen cabinets remained incomplete. Plates did not match. 2 people sat on folding chairs. Carl used an overturned wooden crate. No one complained. The table carried bowls, mugs, elbows, bread, spilled salt, a damp glove, 3 notebooks, and Harold's hat, despite repeated instructions that hats did not belong where people ate. It did not rack. It did not rock. It simply accepted the evening. Conversation moved from wells to weather to local taxes to whether modern chainsaws were less reliable than old ones. Harold argued that every machine manufactured after 1995 contained at least one part designed by someone who had never been cold. Marcus disagreed. Wes agreed with both of them. Daniel watched me occasionally, not obviously, enough that I noticed. After supper, he stood by the south window. "You finished it," he said. "The table. The cabin." I looked around. The trim remained incomplete. 2 cabinet doors needed hanging. The loft railing required another coat of finish. Exterior grading would need correction in spring after settlement. The woodshed had not been built. Neither had the workshop. The road needed more gravel. The wellhead required final landscaping. The list extended across several notebook pages. "No," I said. "Not really." He nodded. "I know." This was the correct answer. The cabin had become habitable. It had not become finished. Perhaps no useful building ever does. Roofs require inspection. Wood requires finish. Filters require replacement. Chimneys require cleaning. Roads require grading. Water must be tested. Septic systems pumped. Paint renewed. Hinges adjusted. Buildings continue asking questions after the builder believes he has answered them. The guests left around 10. Headlights disappeared slowly down the road. The cabin grew quiet. I cleared the table, washed the bowls, wiped the surface. A faint ring remained where Harold's wet mug had rested. I rubbed it dry. The ring faded. For the first time, I slept in the cabin without planning work for the following morning. Snow fell overnight. By dawn, several inches covered the road and roof. The sky was pale blue with broad white clouds moving from the west. Smoke rose from the chimney and bent slightly toward the east. I made coffee, sat at the table, opened the notebook. The first pages contained measurements of road width, culvert diameter, gravel depth, and soil conditions. Later pages held foundation elevations, rafter calculations, flashing sequences, stove clearances, insulation notes, pipe locations, pressure settings, and dozens of corrections. The notebook had thickened. Its cover was stained with mud, coffee, adhesive, grout, oil, and a small black mark from acoustic sealant that had resisted every attempt at removal. I turned to the first rule I had written after beginning the road. The road was the first building, then the foundation. Weight must be transferred, then the floor. Strength comes from each part passing its load to the next. The walls. Do not live forever with a decision you know is wrong simply because it already exists. The roof. Confidence is knowing where the water will go when the storm comes. Windows and doors. Decide what deserves looking at every day. The stove. Give fire a path. Insulation. Keep what has already been earned. Every lesson had sounded like construction because construction had taught it. Only later did each become something else. I looked toward Margaret's chair. I still thought of it as hers, though she had never sat there. The south window framed the prairie beneath winter light. Snow softened the uneven land. Aspen branches stood bare. A hawk rested upon a distant fence post, though no fence crossed the property itself. I wondered what Margaret would have said about the cabin. She would have praised the windows, criticized the temporary curtains, asked why the cabinet handles did not match, moved the chair 3 inches, then made the entire place feel as though it had always been waiting for her. Grief had not disappeared during the year. Work had not cured it. The cabin did not replace what was gone. It gave grief somewhere to sit without occupying every room. That was enough. I had come to the wilderness because I wanted to build a cabin. That statement was true. It was also incomplete. I had spent most of my working life inside organizations where problems arrived already named. Revenue declined. Costs rose. A project fell behind. A division underperformed. A competitor changed price. A board wanted growth. The problems were complicated but familiar, and solutions often depended upon directing other people's knowledge. On the land, problems did not introduce themselves. Water crossed the road. A wall leaned. A rafter missed. A joint leaked. A pipe froze. The material did not care what title I had once held. The weather accepted no presentation. The tools responded only to how they were used. At first, this had frightened me. Then it had simplified me. Every morning required the same question. What is the next problem? Not the whole cabin, not winter, not self-sufficiency, not the rest of my life. The next problem. Find it, understand it, choose the tool. Make the first cut, check the work, correct the mistake. Continue. I had once believed capable people possessed answers. Now I thought capable people were simply less afraid of beginning without them. The hand plane rested upon a shelf near the table. I picked it up. The sole was clean. The blade retracted slightly for storage. A final birch shaving remained curled beside it. I placed the shaving between the notebook pages. Then I wrote, "A table is not built for the day it is finished. It is built for everything that will be placed upon it afterward." Beneath that I wrote, "The purpose of learning one tool is not to become a man who knows that tool. It is to become a man willing to learn the next one." The hand plane was the 10th tool. The table was the cabin's first invitation. Outside, snow continued falling across the Alberta prairie. Inside, the stove burned low and steady. Water waited beneath the ground. Heat remained within the walls. The roof carried snow. The foundation carried the roof. The road disappeared beneath white, but remained exactly where I had built it. Nothing was complete. Everything worked. I closed the notebook and rested both hands upon the table. The wood was warm from the morning sun. I had come to the wilderness because I wanted to build a cabin. It took me far longer to understand that the cabin was only the excuse. What I had really been trying to build was a man who knew how to solve the next problem with his own hands.